In recent days, Russia has made advances in the Ukrainian industrial region of Donetsk. And this morning on Air Force One, President Trump reiterated he is at the summit to get Ukraine to come to the negotiating table. The president was also asked what would constitute a successful meeting.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly.
We begin, though, with that high-stakes summit in Alaska. President Trump is expected to arrive soon in Anchorage ahead of his meeting with Vladimir Putin. It is the 7th time the two leaders have met face-to-face, but the first time since Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. And now President Trump is saying he does not believe this meeting will lead to an immediate ceasefire. In recent days, Russia has made advances in the Ukrainian industrial region of Donetsk. This morning on Air Force One, President Trump reiterated he is at the summit to get Ukraine to the negotiating table. The president was also asked what would constitute a successful meeting.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly.
And CBS News chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us now from Anchorage there in preparation for this summit. Nancy, good to have you here with us. Can we talk about what makes this particular meeting and the location there in Anchorage so significant?
Sure. Let's start with the location. We are in, obviously, Alaska, the 49th state. It was Russian territory until the 1860s when the Russian Tsar sold it to the United States for about $7 million, which turned out to be a real bargain, given all the natural resources that Alaska has to offer. And it's the first time that a Russian head of state has actually set foot on Alaskan soil since then. So that is notable. And I'll add that what some European leaders worry is that the symbolism of that is something that the Russians will try to take advantage of. The fact that it suggests that borders can and do change, and that just as Alaska became a part of the U.S., they want to make the case that parts of Ukraine can become a part of Russia. As for the significance of the timing, it is a delicate time for the Russians. Putin has seen Donald Trump become more and more frustrated with his unwillingness to make concessions, to find some kind of peace deal that both sides could live with after 3.5 years of war. And so part of the reason it's believed that Putin pushed for this summit to happen now is that he'd like to get President Trump back on his side where he has been so often, and he'll make the case that this is land that was once Russian and can be again, and he's got a whole long list of demands that he wants to see met before he would ever agree to even a ceasefire, let alone a full peace deal.
And Nancy, as you know, he's saying that this is not necessarily just about what happens today, but a major goal here, President Trump saying, to get that second meeting on the books involving Ukrainian President Zelensky. What key issues do they, though, need to discuss today in order to make that happen?
Well, first and foremost, Putin would have to agree to sit down with Zelensky. That is something he has never been willing to do. He insists that Zelensky is an illegitimate leader, and he has got a long list of things that he wants to see happen, he says, before he would ever agree to sit down with Zelensky. So that's part of the job that President Trump has to do today, is to convince Putin to go ahead and have that second meeting, even if his demands aren't met first. Putin wants things like Ukraine to be demilitarized. He'd like to see Western weaponry stop flowing to Ukraine. He wants assurances that Ukraine will never be a part of NATO. In the long run, he'd like to see Ukraine led by an entirely different government, one that is very Russia-friendly. As you can imagine, these these are all demands that don't sit very well with not just Ukrainian leaders, but European leaders who worry that it would set a dangerous precedent for what Russia is able to acquire or secure simply by force.
And Nancy, as you know, Putin has praised Trump ahead of this meeting for what he calls his energetic efforts to end this war. Given that they still have so much that they need to agree to, could this really be the start of a potential peace deal?
That's what President Trump has been arguing. Remember, he came into office insisting that he was going to be able to end this war on day one. He has since expressed frustration at how much more difficult it has turned out to be, but he does believe that he has the power to influence Vladimir Putin uniquely, that he can coerce him into making some major concessions. But he has also insisted that he is not going to argue or negotiate on behalf of the Ukrainians. He says this is just the start where he gets a sense of whether Putin is serious, and if he is, then they move on to phase two.
And anything can happen. Nancy Cordes, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. Other world leaders are anxiously awaiting this summit as well. CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio details what would be considered a positive outcome for European leaders who are watching closely.
Invading Ukraine 3.5 years ago, Russia's President Vladimir Putin thought it would be a lightning victory. Since then, Ukraine's military has killed or wounded nearly 1 million Russian troops, says a Washington-based think tank, while Ukrainian forces have suffered an estimated 400,000 casualties. Russia now controls a fifth of the country.
How did Russia's invasion change?
We've been on the war's front lines with weary, traumatized soldiers in their trenches and with fresh, masked faces at sniper training in Ukraine's eastern forests. But Russia's military has surged even this week, its soldiers purportedly raising Russian flags in victory. Now, President Donald Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin meet to discuss Ukraine's future, but alarmingly, without its president, Vladimir Zelensky.
You don't have the cards right now.
From Trump's White House, it's been a tense past 6 months, with doubt whether U.S. support would continue. Lifted at times by cautious optimism.
Getting a good outcome for Ukraine is not just a matter of right and wrong.
In Europe, Zelensky found rock-solid unity, the coalition of the willing, led by the UK, with France, Poland, Italy, Finland, NATO, and the European Union. Culminating in this tight embrace this week, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer's show of solidarity for the world to see. Through this whole time, Ukrainian support for a ceasefire has risen to a majority. Its military and drones still trying to hit back this week against a neighbor that dwarfs it in size and power.
That was Ramy Inocencio reporting there. European leaders have been voicing what they want out of today's summit between the presidents in Alaska. Earlier, Ukrainian parliament member Helena Yatchenko joined CBS Mornings to talk about why the U.S.'s position at that table is critical in getting Russia to finally stop attacks on Ukraine.
We have a very clear understanding, and we really want President Trump to have the same clear understanding. And only way to finish this war is to force Putin to finish this war, because Putin keeps on and on and on, keeps attacking civilian cities, keeps killing Ukrainian families, and so on. We believe that President Trump and U.S. as a country with strong institutions, with U.S. dollar as one of the main tools to actually force any country to obey international legislation, does have enough of power in his hand to end this war.
The Ukrainian lawmaker went on to say the United States issuing secondary sanctions on Russia is a strong tool and says it may be the only way to end the war if a peace deal is not reached. And Face the Nation moderator, as well as Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan, she's in Anchorage, and she talked about the summit with Alaskan Senator Dan Sullivan, a Republican.
Vladimir Putin's being brought in from the cold. He's been isolated by the world for a reason. Do you think that this is rewarding bad behavior by giving him this spotlight on the American soil.
Vladimir Putin is coming to negotiate with Trump because of the sanctions. Don't take it from me. Listen to our European allies who are definitive on that. The reason Putin is even doing this is because of the threat of serious secondary sanctions. So I think that that is important. And, you know, in terms of American soil, look, I actually think Alaska's the appropriate place. Putin understands one thing, as you know, Margaret, strength and power.
And for more on this summit, former United States Ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan, joins us here on set. He is also a CBS News contributor. Ambassador, thank you very much for being with us. What a momentous day. You have been in the room itself during negotiations with Putin. Not many people can say that. What are you looking for today?
Well, it is truly a momentous day. It's there's potential upside. There's even potential greater downside. The risks here. It's important for the U.S., for the President Trump, to be prepared for what Putin might have to say. Trying to put the president in an awkward position. They're doing a joint news conference. If I was back at the State Department where I served as Deputy Secretary of State, I'd be very anxious about this meeting and want to make sure that the president was appropriately prepared and was able to defend himself in our interests against a very wily adversary.
Given that, what's the number one thing that you would tell the president if you were preparing him for this?
Well, the first thing is to understand the person that he's speaking with, and that person can't be trusted. He lied. Putin lied to the world 3.5 years ago. He told not just President Biden, but President Macron, leaders across the world, that he wasn't going to invade Ukraine, had no plans to do so, and within days of making those statements, invaded Ukraine. He can't be trusted. The old story that the Russian proverb that Reagan used to repeat to Gorbachev, trust but verify, that sounds quaint now. There is no trust with Vladimir Putin.
Still, at the same time, President Trump says he will know within the first couple of minutes. He said 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes if this will be a successful meeting with Putin. What do you make of that?
Well, look, President Trump has been assessing Putin on this issue for months now. Secretary Rubio's been saying this. The Secretary of State has said several times, we're going to know soon if Putin is serious about peace. The Secretary was saying that in February. It's now August. I think Putin has answered that question.
Talk to us about what kind of leverage the United States actually has for this conversation today.
An extraordinary amount of leverage, but the key is whether Putin believes we'll actually use it. The secondary sanctions, the economic impact that the United States could bring to bear on the Russian economy is substantial and would affect Putin's war effort. There's no doubt about that. The question is whether we have the nerve to do it, whether the president will do it. That's the question, and I think in Putin's mind, it's at least an open question. Given how long we have delayed since the start of this administration in bringing that pressure to bear on Putin after it's become clear over many, many months that Putin isn't interested in peace or a peaceful resolution to this conflict. He wants victory.
Well, we will be watching, the world will be watching, and we know that we'll be checking in with you throughout the day on all of this. Ambassador, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we'll have complete coverage of President Trump's meeting with Putin from Alaska all day. John Dickerson is in Anchorage alongside Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. And you can watch it all play out right here on CBS News 24/7. We are going to take a short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
We're NCIS.
You guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate.
This is a great team for what?
We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, 2 things. Pretty sure it's 3.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal! Oh! He's in a wheelchair! pass.
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying. We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
A hearing in Washington is underway after the District of Columbia filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration, challenging the takeover of its police department. Yesterday, Attorney General Pam Bondi, she ordered the end of local sanctuary policies that would allow the Metropolitan Police Department to fully cooperate with federal agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, as well as other immigration authorities. Bondi also named DA Chief Terry Cole as emergency police chief in Washington. Now, D.C.'s Attorney General slammed those moves, calling the White House's actions illegal and saying the administration is, quote, abusing its temporary limited authority under the law. CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen is in Washington with more.
The District of Columbia sued the Trump administration and Attorney General Pam Bondi Friday for trying to end local directives that limit cooperation between D.C. police and federal immigration authorities during the Trump administration's temporary takeover of the district's police force. In a complaint, D.C.'s Attorney General wrote that the Trump administration's attempts to end the policies represents a, quote, effort to divest the district and its residents of any control of their local police force and place it for all purposes under the control of the federal government. Attorney General Bondi's order terminating the local directives came Thursday night and amounted to a sweeping reversal of sanctuary policies in the nation's capital. It allowed the Metropolitan Police Force, at least temporarily, to fully cooperate with federal agents from ICE and other immigration authorities. The Attorney General said that she was naming Terry Cole, the current head of the DEA, as the emergency police chief in Washington, replacing the person who was already in charge. She cited Mr. Trump's emergency declaration to reverse several local police policies as well. The D.C. Attorney General, on the other hand, is asking a federal judge to vacate Bondi's order and declared that the U.S. Attorney General does not have the authority to issue orders that assert, quote, operational control over the district's police department. AG Bondi rescinded guidance issued by D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith earlier Thursday that allowed police officers to transport ICE agents and their detainees and to share immigration information during traffic stops. But that still barred most local involvement in federal immigration enforcement. The Attorney General also removed guidance that prohibited D.C. police officers from searching databases for the purposes of determining someone's immigration status, even when there's no underlying criminal warrant. And she also suspended rules that barred D.C. police from arresting individuals based on administrative immigration warrants signed by ICE officials and not judges, and from assisting federal agents during those arrests. The rescinded policy required officers to have a criminal nexus before carrying out an arrest, prohibiting arrests solely based on suspected civil immigration law violations. Attorney General's attempts to end the MPD policies clash with the district's 2020 laws that gave local police independent authority from immigration officials, and it happened while the D.C. mayor was not in the district and was on Martha's Vineyard for a, quote, family commitment. In June, the D.C. Council voted down Mayor Muriel Bowser's effort to repeal the sanctuary city status in a 2026 budget bill. Back to you.
All right, Jake Rosen, thank you. We are going to take a short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down.
One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not 1, not 2, but...
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks.
You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish mornings started at like 10 a.m. Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I said it to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
This next story brings us 3,000 pounds of kindness that's inspired a book series dedicated to bringing awareness to animal rescue and compassion. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Lucidella Caballero introduces us to the unlikely ambassadors for change.
It's a tale of unlikely friends.
We call her our little princess.
Mabel the potbelly pig is on her way to see her best friend Clay.
You doing well? You look terrific. This is really an unlikely pair. Obviously, they're 2 totally different animals and get along really, really well.
And they live right here at the Coachella Valley Horse Rescue.
Hi, Clay. Hi, buddy.
The very place where they met Guapo, a steer who inspired a book series and an anti-bullying movement.
You have to see this photograph of little Mabel and Guapo, and they were actually spooning. He's a rescued animal. He's getting along really well with our pot-bellied pig. I'm thinking this story could be in the hands of children.
Children's author Janet Zapala says these books feature Guapo, a gentle giant who quickly became an ambassador for kindness.
So the first one, Guapo's Giant Heart, is about the fact that Guapo was adopted, that he grew to be so huge, and that he has this giant heart, and that he actually has a white heart-shaped patch on his forehead.
There's Oreo.
Linda Dondero says these books have been a blessing to the Coachella Valley Horse Rescue.
Main goal is to rescue and rehabilitate horses. And these books have been so valuable to us. Janet was a volunteer here, and we use it to actually function here.
As you can see, Mabel here and Clay back there are still at this very rescue where they met Guapo. Guapo has since moved to a new home where he has a lot of room to move.
Coming from Rosette, Wyoming with my incredibly sweet steer, Guapo. He's about 6'3", 11 feet long. He's over 3,000 pounds. A pure love and joy.
Lynn Jamerson rescued Guapo while living in Mecca. He was only 2 months old and emaciated. Now Guapo is almost 9 years old, and she says he's still as gentle as can be.
He's the largest Holstein steer in the world.
And actually, WAPO is an acronym for goodness, unity, acceptance, patience, and open-mindedness.
And while Guapo is in Wyoming and his friends are in California, their story of friendship has brought many people together. I'm Lustelia Caballero, CBS News, Los Angeles.
We are going to take a short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take
All right, back now with that breaking news. Both Presidents Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are on the ground there in Anchorage, Alaska. And we will be covering their summit, their high-stakes summit that will be happening just shortly. In the meantime, we want to toss it now to a CBS News special report.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Anchorage, Alaska, alongside Margaret Brennan. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are here for a summit called to start the process of ending Russia's almost 4-year war against Ukraine.
This is Putin's first meeting since Trump's re-election. You are looking at his plane right now, and he is about to step onto U.S. soil for the very first time in a decade. Now, he is under strict U.S. sanctions and has been since his full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. On your other part of the screen, you see Air Force One. President Trump and Mr. Putin are here in Alaska at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, a U.S. Air Force installation. On board Air Force One, on the way here to Alaska, President Trump was asked about increased Russian attacks on Ukraine and said Putin may think this killing is going to help him make a better deal, quote, but I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
Earlier this week, President Trump held a virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and European allies to address fears across the region that Putin is stalling before continuing his advances. Trump has expressed increasing frustration with Putin over a lack of progress towards ending the war in Ukraine. So, Margaret, as we look at this moment when they will first lay eyes on each other, choreographed as we see there with U.S. fighter jets flanking either side of the red carpet, what else did you note? The president had some brief remarks on the way over on Air Force One in terms of what message he was sending up to the very last minute before they meet.
Well, you know, President Trump loves to make a spectacle, and he has certainly drawn the entire world to this moment in time. He has raised the stakes for himself. They are certainly high for the people of Ukraine who have been really just stuck in the midst of this grinding war. And he has set this benchmark of a ceasefire. Now, he hasn't defined what that ceasefire would look like. Is it a full ceasefire, all fighting freezing? Is it an aerial ceasefire? He can maybe define what success could look like by shaping that today. But we know he has to end today with something. Vladimir Putin arrives here with the success of stepping onto the world stage once again as the Western world really tried to sidelight him going back to 2014 when he first started nibbling away at the eastern flank of Ukraine with an invasion that now is a full-scale one that he launched in 2022. And
the president has also said there would be severe consequences if he doesn't at least get a ceasefire today. As you said, ceasefire being a kind of accordion file that can be expanded depending on what actually happens. A late development that we've learned about recently is that though the White House said and talked at length about how it was going to be one-on-one, face-to-face with just an interpreter, now the grouping has grown. What does that suggest to you in terms of staffers with both presidents?
It's an interesting dynamic because you're exactly right. It's been described as sort of mano a mano, the two men meeting in this room. But now President Trump has put beside him his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Witkoff, who has been the person ferrying back and forth for 5 times now to meet with Vladimir Putin as President Trump's envoy. So he's the one that proposal was relayed to just about a week ago, John. Mm-hmm. And it was that conversation they had that put this event together. And now having those 2 other individuals in the room does change the dynamic. I'd also emphasize something else that our Ellie Watson had reported, which is another new dynamic introduced this morning, and that is the Supreme Allied Commander is here in Washington, and so is President Trump's top military advisor. That's very interesting because we had been told that there wouldn't be discussion of territorial concessions or the war itself. It was just about a ceasefire. But now President Trump's top advisors are going to be here, those 2 men in uniform.
Well, and also, and we will learn whether the Secretary of Defense is also reported to be here, Pete Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth also, that was another addition.
And exactly, lots of additions that we're going to be talking about here in the moment. But
changing the dynamic
in this highly improvisational, as you were talking about yesterday, diplomacy here. I mean, people coming in and out of the agreement, in and out of the room. Also, the Secretary of the Treasury is reported to be here.
And the Commerce Secretary. That suggests a lot of business interest, perhaps. And one of the first ways this channel opened was through business outreach. This hedge fund manager, this investment advisor, Kirill Dmitriev, started meeting with Steve Witkoff. Actually, an introduction made by the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who had ties to this investor. And so it started from that with this promise that if you come to the table on Ukraine, you may see the benefit of increased economic ties.
Carrots and sticks being brought to this meeting. As we look at the two open doors facing each other in the first moment of choreography in what is likely to be a day full of these kinds of staged moments, let's go to Nancy Cortez, who's here with us in Anchorage, somewhere other than where we are. Nancy, what do you know?
Good to see you, John. Yes, I am on Joint Base Elmendorf as well, not at the tarmac, but in an event space that has been transformed into what will be a press conference site once these meetings have wrapped up. And President Trump has said that if the meeting goes well, he'll probably appear with Vladimir Putin. And we have two podiums set up behind us right now. But if they don't go well, he'll just do a press conference on his own and head back to Washington, D.C. As for the events as they are expected to unfold today, the Russians said this morning these meetings could last 6 to 7 hours. So very in-depth conversations, starting with that 3-on-3 that you and Margaret have been discussing, and then expanding into a larger lunch that will include additional top advisors to the president and to Putin, including the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the president's chief of staff, Susie Wiles. The president has been expressing optimism. He wouldn't be meeting with Vladimir Putin if he didn't think that he could make progress. And even the Russians said just this morning that if things go well, Putin would be open to another meeting that includes Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. That in itself is notable because for years Putin has refused to meet with Zelensky, has refused to acknowledge that he is the legitimate leader of Ukraine. And so if he stands by those words, and that is a big if, then that would be truly significant because President Trump has said that if today's talks bear fruit, if he believes that Putin is serious about wanting peace after 3.5 years, that he would arrange another meeting that includes all three leaders right away, perhaps here in Alaska. And there we see him at Air Force One right now.
The president descending the steps of Air Force One, making, not to put too much weight on it, but making the first move in this day of...
Indeed, and it was the Kremlin spokesperson who announced that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, would greet Vladimir Putin at the bottom of the stairs. We'll see if that prediction is correct. There he is himself. The president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, about to step onto United States soil for the very first time in a decade. And John, it is fascinating. It's here in Alaska, territory that was once part of the Russian Empire, sold to the United States at a time Russia was under financial strain due to its war in Crimea.
In Crimea, exactly, yes.
Another piece of territory we're talking about once again, something Russia wants to hold on to and has put extreme pressure on Vladimir Putin. I believe Ambassador John Sullivan, former U.S. ambassador to Russia under President Trump's first term, former Deputy Secretary of State during that time as well, is joining us. Ambassador, it is stunning, I'm sure, for all of you who have spent time with Vladimir Putin to watch him walk down a red carpet on a U.S. Air Force base with this kind of honored reception. What are your thoughts, and what do you think about what comes next in what will now be a three-way meeting?
Well, it really is an extraordinary event, Margaret. You talk about Putin being welcomed back into the world community after being charged with war crimes by the International Criminal Court, isolated on the world stage, and now he's welcomed in the United States walking down the red carpet. And the fact that they have an expanded delegations on both sides indicates to me that they're going to be talking about a lot more than just Ukraine, which is something the Russians really want. They want this to be a summit meeting between two presidents, not about peace in Ukraine.
There it is, the handshake. I wish we could hear what they are speaking to each other. Vladimir Putin does have some English. He was, of course, a Russian speaker there, and it looked like they had some pleasantries there. They just exchanged. And that military welcome, you know, we should know, John, that what we're also seeing there, the other planes, those are jets. There were also B-2 bombers brought in here that arrived yesterday. And some of that may be due to increased military exercises happening around here. Some of it may be, frankly, staging and a show of force.
Flex, as the kids would call it.
A flex.
As the flyover takes place as the two presidents walk towards yet another piece of stagecraft, Alaska 2025, for what we're told is just going to be another photo opportunity wrapped inside of a photo opportunity.
Ambassador Sullivan, you've been part of meetings with Oh, somebody is yelling there.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
The president is ignoring the questions about the ceasefire that are being shouted at him. Some pretty sharp.
The president of Russia pretending to not hear a question about the killing of civilians.
Yes, you heard that. This is on a U.S. military base, so this is a pretty controlled environment. The press was allowed to come in to shoot this arrival. These are pictures. Wow, is he getting into the beast? It looks like the doors are opening there on the president's vehicle, and that both gentlemen are getting in. The feed just went down there. We're seeing another angle of the vehicle. Even for a short trip, that's pretty extraordinary.
Right. Ambassador Sullivan, give us your take on the stagecraft. It might seem to some people to be frivolous. In other instances, particularly between the leaders of these two nations, it can be quite important. What do you make of now the fact that the two men are going to be riding over in private to their formal meeting?
Well, I contrast it with the last meeting that Putin had with an American president, with President Biden in Geneva 4 years ago. The two presidents arrived at a home in Geneva. They shook hands on the front steps and went into a meeting with their Secretary of State and this Russian foreign minister. There was nothing like this spectacular scenery with planes arriving, fighter jets flying overhead, and the two presidents riding together in the limousine of the President of the United States. This really is an extraordinary stagecraft that the United States has put together for President Putin.
Ambassador Sullivan, we're looking at a picture through the front window of the president's vehicle. All we can see are two gentlemen in the front seat, presumably Secret Service, and the two leaders in the back seat. That's also not standard. But I can't tell you if there's a translator in that car. It looked like Vladimir Putin was speaking in English to the President of the United States. How typical is that, or what should we be concerned about? Vladimir Putin there smiling, looking and acknowledging the crowds watching him. Ambassador, to not have a interpreter there for the president, does he need that buffer?
Well, I mean, presidents of the United States have met one-on-one with Russian or Soviet leaders, right? Reagan had his famous walk with Gorbachev. So it's happened before. In this case, Putin's English is much better than he lets on. He's not as fluent in English as he is in German. He can converse with the German chancellor in flawless German. His English isn't quite as good, but he could have a conversation with the president in English that President Trump would understand.
And tell me about the other gentlemen who will be joining the conversation, Ushakov and Lavrov. They have been in this diplomacy game for a very long time, longer certainly than Secretary Rubio and Steve Witkoff, who just recently became a diplomat.
Exactly. I mean, Foreign Minister Lavrov has been the foreign minister of the Russian Federation for 21 years. Before that, he was Russian ambassador to the United Nations for 10 years. Yuri Ushakov is the foreign policy advisor to the President Putin in the office of presidential administration. He's had that job for, I think, 17 years. And before that, he was the Russian ambassador to the United States. So these are two individuals, Lavrov and Yushakov, who are deeply steeped in all of the issues that the United States and Russia confront, whether it's Ukraine, arms control, you name it. These are very, very experienced diplomats. And I would contrast that, for example, with the president's personal representative, Ambassador Witkoff, Special Representative Witkoff, who's really never dealt with these issues until this year.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at a transcript of what President Trump said on board Air Force One before he landed. He said, "This meeting is about setting the table today, John. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon, or we are not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever." So perhaps these are just the opening pleasantries for what could be a tense meeting. But we're just looking at the replay of the arrival, which was a fairly friendly one.
Indeed, and the friendliness continues. Ambassador, going back to Margaret's point at the beginning here, remind us again the context of Vladimir Putin. I mean, there are many, many other countries in which he would receive the polar opposite of this kind of response. You understand him. You know about what moves him or doesn't move him. In diplomatic parlance, there's often the cliche of carrots and sticks. This is a bushel full of carrots when he arrives. Give us your professional assessment of how that may or may not work with Vladimir Putin.
Well, it's certainly something that he craves. He wants this meeting. He wants to be literally on that stage with the President of the United States. And I might say we talk about a second meeting following this meeting, potentially with President Zelensky. It's exactly what he doesn't want to give to Zelensky. Putin does not want to be seen on the same stage with Zelensky, giving him the credibility and the stature to deal with the Russian president. Trump is treating Putin the way Putin wants to be treated, and Putin is shunning Zelensky.
Mm-hmm. You know, John, I was speaking with a U.S. official earlier today, and I said, "How are you feeling about this meeting?" And he said to me, "It's a toss-up. It's all up to Putin."
And what does that mean? Does that mean just yes, no on ceasefire, or is that a much more complicated, it's up to him on a number of different fronts?
I think it's on a number of different fronts, but really the argument for those who are pro-Ukraine in this administration are that ceasefire or the conversation's over. But what we were just talking about, all the other men in the room have different interests, economic interests, sanctions really being the motivation for Vladimir Putin to show up here in the first place. As we know, President Trump held back on some of the sanctions that and tariffs, secondary tariffs that he had talked about putting on Vladimir Putin. He is financially drained right now, so he has an incentive to continue to delay.
And Nancy Cordes, who's traveling with the president. Nancy, what's the White House explanation for the full staff up that has now taken place from what was described as a one-on-one meeting? Now, you could imagine negotiations going on in which, if they get through that question of a ceasefire, now the Russians can have a conversation with the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Treasury. The full bounty of U.S. relationships might be laid before them. Is that the context in which this grouping is put together, or just how's the White House explaining it?
John, we've asked the White House that very question. We haven't gotten a response yet because both they and the Russians were saying until President Trump landed that this was going to be a one-on-one meeting. Now suddenly it is a three-on-three. As you can imagine, Ukrainian leaders and European leaders more broadly are probably breathing a big sigh of relief about that, because they've all seen what has happened in the past when Donald Trump has been alone in a room with Vladimir Putin, most famously at that summit in Helsinki, Finland, back in 2018, where President Trump emerged from his meeting with Putin did a joint press conference, just like we're anticipating will happen today, and said that he believed Vladimir Putin over all 17 U.S. intelligence agencies that said that Russia had meddled in the 2016 election. Their big fear going into this summit was that Trump would be swayed by Putin, that he would be persuaded by Putin to see his side of things on a whole variety of issues, from Ukrainian territory to Ukrainian membership in NATO and the EU and security guarantees for the Ukrainians, and on and on. So the fact that Marco Rubio is now going to be in that room, Steve Witkoff is now going to be in that room, and that it's not just going to be Trump and Putin is probably a major sign to the Europeans that things are going to go in the way that they hope they would.
And I just want to remind our viewers now that you were looking at replay of the introduction of the two men, the reintroduction, the first time they'd been face-to-face since 2019 that we know about. And we are waiting on that sort of formal beginning of a meeting to happen, and we hope to see pictures of that shortly. I do want to turn to Samantha Vinograd, a national security contributor here at CBS News, who served during the Biden administration, to get some perspective, because, you know, Sam, it's been interesting to see how quickly the reshuffling has happened just in the past few hours of who's even participating. We know that the president's top military advisor, General Kane, has been added. He's got a lot of credibility, I am told, with the president. The Supreme Allied Commander is a statement, bringing him here to Alaska. I'm told he's got a very good feel for the fight in Ukraine. At first, the administration didn't want that military presence here, but then I'm told they thought it was best to have the war fighters here. What does that signal to you? Is that part of a flex? Does that signal to you that they're going to actually be part of a formal conversation?
Well, I will say, Margaret, having been part of summits at the head of state level in the past, the details on who's in a meeting often do finalize at the last minute. That's not totally unusual. Having these military advisors on the ground in Anchorage, I do think is a flex. I also think, to Nancy's point, it does send a signal that President Trump is allied and aligned, at least for now, with our allies in NATO, our allies in Europe. So that is a net positive. Having other advisors in the room for what was a one-on-one and now has turned into what we would call a restricted meeting, a smaller group meeting, is also a positive from a counterintelligence perspective. Having additional U.S. officials next to President Trump, rather than just a translator, will likely allow President Trump to be supported by individuals with information that he doesn't have, and for there to be a more comprehensive record of the meeting itself. That has been an issue in the past. So overall, the presence of these different officials is a net positive. And I will note that the presence of finance and investment advisors on both sides, both on the U.S. side and the Russian side, is probably viewed as a positive by Vladimir Putin, because he knows that investment and economic growth are a soft spot for President Trump. And so his ability to shift the conversation toward enhancing U.S.-Russia bilateral economic ties, which would include the lifting of sanctions and export controls, is likely something that President Putin views as a positive from a participation perspective.
I want to bring in senior foreign correspondent Deborah Patta on this question of the European view. Deborah, Volodymyr Zelensky is obviously not here. It's the fate of his country that is in part, well, not in part, in whole, being discussed. The moral question of whether a stronger country can just cross the borders of another is up in the air. All of these things are obviously acute concerns to Volodymyr Zelensky, but also to the leaders of Europe. Give us the viewpoint from there and the way in which they would be watching these pictures unfold as the American president welcomes Vladimir Putin, who they spend most of their time fearful is going to create mischief in their neighborhood.
Well, let's talk firstly of Ukraine, John. I mean, we spoke to a number of prominent Ukrainians today who say that their expectations are very low from this meeting. They don't think things can get any worse. Their fighting rages on in Ukraine. There were strikes today in Sumy, in Dnipro, in Zaporizhia and Kherson. And they say that that's not a sign that there's going to be any kind of ceasefire. And this was in the run-up to today's meeting. And I think there's anxiety. There's a fear that maybe Putin could outplay President Trump. From the European side, they've tried this week to really bring President Trump on board. There was that Zoom call, a big video call with all the leaders in Europe, from the UK, from Germany, from France, from Italy, the head of NATO, the head of the EU, as well as President Trump and Vice President Vance, and of course, the man who is not there today, President Zelensky of Ukraine. And in that meeting, they came up with 5 principles. But the key one is that there should not be any talk about any land being swapped or retained without a ceasefire, that there needs to be a ceasefire first. And I think that is the anxiety that they'll be looking forward to see, will that hold? They certainly breathed a sigh of relief because after that meeting, President Trump said he rated it a 10 and that any discussion about land would be up to Ukraine. But this is a mercurial president, and things could happen in that meeting that are not foreseen. So there is a lot of anxiety. And in Ukraine, that expectation, that very low expectation, is also a psychological blow. One very prominent Ukrainian said to us today that this was unthinkable, that an American president could meet, in their words, with a man accused of war crimes, John.
And if you're Vladimir Zelensky watching these images, such a contrast. The red carpet being rolled out for the Russian president, and here we have the first pictures of them meeting. The red carpet being rolled out for the Russian president, contrasted with Vladimir Zelensky's confrontational meeting in the Oval Office.
You can.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
You can hear the press handlers. They're trying to usher the press out of the room. You have a train here behind John and I at the same time. Quite the cacophony.
The train is not a part of the official proceedings, but it does add a certain background chaos to what is a bit of a chaotic moment as they try to get the...
You know, in that, it's interesting just to point out that the Russian president is not accustomed to a free press being able to get that close to him and ask him very sharp questions as they just did. You heard those questions. When are you going to stop killing civilians? When is the war going to end? And you could see there in that shaky picture him going, I don't know. He was able to carry a conversation when he landed, but he said he couldn't understand the reporters. President Trump said something we couldn't quite make out there. We'll get that on the tape playback. But one of the things I want to just emphasize here, John, is there's a lot for these men to talk to besides Ukraine, which is a huge and complex problem. Oh, here we go.
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Come on, guys.
Mr. President Putin,
yeah, we still can't hear what is being said there. You can see Sergei Lavrov, the president of Russia's top diplomat, on the far side of the screen there. But what I was starting to say there, John, is Ukraine's not the only piece of territory that Vladimir Putin wants to talk about. One of the other things that is of concern, and a U.S. official brought this up to me, that the arms control agreement, the New START agreement that the U.S. and Russia have, expires in February. Russia has the largest nuclear arsenal in the world. And for Donald Trump, he is uniquely fascinated by nuclear weapons. And so there's concern what can be brought to the table that would change the conversation away from Ukraine to something that President Trump wants to talk about. It's not just the investment deals, it's what's in it for the United States. And so arms control, is that part of the conversation that could happen here today? What are the things that could distract, still be very important, don't get me wrong, but take us away from the Ukraine focus?
Distract and also try to create a different sense of leverage, which is to say Vladimir Putin trying to argue for other ways in which the U.S. has interests or has an interest in good relations with Russia.
Yes.
And so to kind of rebalance things, The president, by the way, we should note, coming in here, has a couple of different times, both on Air Force One and in the Oval Office yesterday, said things like, he's not going to mess with me. He's not, so some kind of bellicose talk before a very non-bellicose greeting. You wouldn't expect the greeting to be overly bellicose, so that's not crazy. But just in terms of, the president thinks in terms of leverage, as we remember from his conversation with Vladimir Zelensky. Who has the power to make Russia do what the president wants? And do you think, Margaret, when you're reporting, how realistic do you think it is what a lot of analysts have said, which is that Donald Trump really needs to tell Vladimir Putin, listen, I'm going to keep arming the Ukrainians, and you're not going to win this war. So let's focus on ending it. How? Right. A lot of analysts talk about that. Does that come up in your interviews with people who are engaged in actually trying to make this peace happen?
Those things are certainly leverage for the president if he wanted to use that leverage. And that's the thing that makes this so different from all diplomatic summits that I have ever covered in my life, which is President Trump's own convictions on this issue have changed wildly over the past few months. Most recently, he has seemed to be frustrated with Vladimir Putin. Knock it off, Vladimir. Stop it. You know, he said things like that he is personally troubled with the attacks on civilians. But he's also been very frustrated with Volodymyr Zelensky. I'm being told to wrap.
Yes, we are. Here we got apparently a better account of the beginning or the top of the meeting.
We can't hear any sound. Perhaps our viewers can.
All right. This potentially could be better sound or a better caption at the top of this meeting. It's morsels at this point that we're gathering from the two presidents, but not unimportant ones as they both try to shape the narrative going into this. You know, Margaret, I think back to the Cold War meetings between the leaders of these countries, which were in a much different context, but a lot of it was about a story. Who has control of the larger story? Here we see President Trump talking, but we can't hear him. Because the story becomes the thing that then the Europeans have to react to, that Volodymyr Zelensky has to react to, the Chinese who are watching this very closely. You know, it seems in some sense superficial, on the other hand, quite important as people tell the story of what happened here in Alaska.
Well, you raised so many great points in that, and also in pointing to what has changed in the dynamic. You know, we saw the top diplomat from Russia arrive here wearing a CCP, throwback to the Soviet Union shirt, which seemed to be sort of almost a joking reminder. But so much has changed in the dynamic. Russia is not. They have the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, but they don't have a really bustling economy. They've become incredibly dependent on China, that you just mentioned that. So the dynamic here of what happens in this room and the projection of power, both for the United States, its interests, and what you can get away with. Is this today a reward for bad behavior? As many analysts worry, it sets a precedent. Is it a sign to China's Xi Jinping that, oh, you can just invade another country by force, and you know, if you can find a win-win solution, get away with it. That's why this is being so parsed and so analyzed. Even though Russia is in somewhat of a weak position, it still has leverage in many, many ways.
Ambassador Sullivan is joining us again. John Sullivan, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia and the former U.S. Deputy Secretary of State. So, Ambassador, Margaret mentioned a sweatshirt, which seems quite insignificant. However, because Margaret mentioned it, it's not. And can you help people understand the mindset of Vladimir Putin and the mistake that he believes that Russia made during the period after the Soviet Union fell apart, during the Yeltsin years, and the restoration he's looking forward to, which is a part of what inspired the move into Ukraine. That is to say that the USSR is an honored and honorable part of Russia's history, and that's much closer to the Vladimir Putin who is here today. Help us understand, and people understand the mindset and why that's so important to him.
It really goes to the core of who Putin is. And he said this many years ago, decades ago, that he considers the great geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century was the demise of the Soviet Union. And what does he mean by that? He's not talking about Soviet communism. Putin isn't a communist. I mean, Putin has been known to say, many Russians do, if you're not nostalgic for how we lived in Soviet days, you don't have a heart. But if you want to return to Soviet communism, you don't have a brain. No, what he's talking about is the Soviet Empire, and before that, the Russian Empire. That's what he laments, the demise of that empire. When the Soviet Union collapsed, that international border, that huge country, the USSR, 15 Soviet republics, 350 million people controlled by Moscow. That international border disappeared. The internal boundaries of the Soviet Union became international borders, and among other things, that separated Ukraine from Russia. That's the great catastrophe that Putin has spent much of his life since the demise of the Soviet Union trying to restore control over all that territory, power, and peoples that were lost when the Soviet Union collapsed.
Mm-hmm. And we are waiting on that tape playback from that meeting. I'm told we'll be able to hear what was said. But Ambassador, just quickly there, I don't know if you can see these pictures, but we see there what looked like two translators alongside Witkoff, Rubio, Ushakov, and Lavrov. In the dynamic in the room, how do you expect that this next hour is going to play out?
Well, you know, we saw a similar setup. I was with President Biden when he met with Putin in Geneva in June of 21. It was just Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov, but seated to the either side of the two presidents. By the way, there was a press scrum at the start of that meeting, and there was similar reaction by Putin, hostility to reporters asking questions.
Well, we're about to hear, Ambassador, that tape playback. Let's listen in.
Sorry. Can you make a deal with that, sir? Just go up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you
press? Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay, well, that was what we heard. What happened? Unlikely to go into the annals of foreign policy history.
Vladimir Putin said something.
He said something we
can't make out.
Still didn't hear it. One more question for you, Ambassador Sullivan. Can you give us a sense of the rhythm of these conversations you have? Putin has that variable level of English that he understands. There are translators, complicated issues. How do the rhythms of these conversations go, and how do you get anything done with all of that kind of intermediary translating and mixed messages? Well, he will usually use a translator. In a meeting like this, he won't trust his English. He'll want to speak in Russian, and there'll be translation. And that naturally delays things, even if there's simultaneous translation. What Putin is notorious for, and he did this famously with President Obama, he will go off on a soliloquy and just start talking, and it may be difficult for the American president to get a word in edgewise. It will be interesting to see how Putin handles this meeting with Trump. When I saw Putin dealing with President Biden, Putin was very relaxed. He was cracking jokes. He wasn't standing on a soapbox and giving a lot of speeches. We'll see how he deals with President Trump here today.
There is another room being prepared that I think the world will be watching very closely in the next few hours. Once the closed-door meeting happens, once the business concludes, there are plans for both gentlemen to walk out to a stage and take questions in a joint press conference. That will be newsworthy. The last time they did that was in Helsinki in 2018, John. It was a press conference that had major reverberations domestically for the president, who has long been frustrated by U.S. intelligence conclusions that Russia did interfere in the 2016 election to hurt his then opponent, Hillary Clinton, and ultimately to benefit him. He has recently brought that up all over again. At that time, remember, he said he took Vladimir Putin's word. And that had big reverberations. So there are high expectations, not just for the people of Ukraine today, the cost of this war and what might come out of the meetings, but this is going to have major impact. And Nancy Cordes is there waiting hours in advance of that. Nancy, if things don't go well in this room, should they really have two podiums set up?
If things don't go well in these meetings, Margaret, I think one of these two podiums is going to be moved off the stage. I'm just going to move to the side so you can see how things are set up right now, however. You do see the two podiums. You see that slogan, pursuing peace, that was also in the backdrop for President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin. And so the hope is that both men will stand at those podiums once these meetings have wrapped up. What will have to happen between now and then in order for that to take place, President Trump has said, is a sign that Putin is ready for peace. More specifically, that he either agrees to a ceasefire in these talks today or shows significant progress in being willing to accept a ceasefire. For the past several years, his demands in exchange for a ceasefire or an all-out end to the war have been very long, and many observers would say completely unrealistic. We often talk about territory, but his wish list goes far beyond territory. Yes, he wants to control the 20% or so of Ukrainian territory that he has managed to seize over the past 3.5 years. But he also wants promises that Ukraine will never join NATO. He wants Western allies to stop supplying Ukraine with military weaponry. He wants Ukraine's military to be scaled back. He'd even like to see a new government in Ukraine that is more friendly to Russia. In other words, a puppet government in the mold of what we used to see in Ukraine. And so does he move off of any of those positions today? That will really be the key, and that will really determine whether we end up with two podiums and two presidents at the end of the day today.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. As Nancy said, President Trump and President Putin will hold that joint press conference later. At the moment, what's taking place is they are getting down to brass tacks. The questions we've been analyzing are, in fact, now being discussed as we speak. And we will bring the press conference to you live when it happens. Until then, our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson with Margaret Brennan in Anchorage, Alaska.
And I'm Nancy Chen here in the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with CBS News 24/7. And we have just been watching President Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin officially coming face-to-face there in Alaska. They're meeting at Elmendorf-Richardson Air Force Base in Anchorage there. The topic of discussing Russia's almost 4-year war against Ukraine. This is now the 7th time those two leaders have met. It's the first time that Putin has stepped onto U.S. soil in a decade. In fact, had to get special clearance for that. President Trump says that he does not believe this particular meeting will lead to an immediate ceasefire, which is the goal for so many. But he says he does want to get Ukraine to the table. Of course, notable that we're talking about who is walking down that red carpet there at that Air Force Base. Also notable who is not there. And that is, of course, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Earlier this week, President Trump held a virtual meeting with Zelensky, as well as European allies, to address fears across the region that Putin is perhaps stalling before continuing his advances. We have seen increased activity on that front just in the past couple of days as well. But of course, we're looking at pictures that just came in moments ago. We saw Air Force One land, as well as President Putin's aircraft land on the ground there. The two shaking hands, a very warm greeting there before the two then stepped aside, and they are now behind closed doors having a meeting. We are joined here on set by Ambassador John Sullivan, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. And Ambassador Sullivan, I know that you were watching what was happening with that meeting very closely. What stood out to you the most?
Well, the pageantry that we saw, the way this was scripted with the two presidential aircraft arriving, the red carpet, President Putin riding in President Trump's limousine.
Was that expected to you?
That surprised me. But it's a level of respect that the American president is showing to the Russian president. It struck me as an arrival that would be worthy of an ally instead of a country and a Russian president that considers the United States its enemy or at best its adversary. So that was a pretty extraordinary scene to see that.
An unusual scene, but also an unusual president and unusual set of circumstances that President Trump is dealing with here. Is this what it takes to move the needle on what's happening in the war?
Well, I think what President Trump would say in response to what I just said is, look, I want to make an impression on Putin. I want to get results for the United States. So, of course, I'm going to treat him this way. You criticize me because you say that other leaders try to flatter me. Well, I'm flattering Putin because I want something from him, which is peace in Ukraine.
But still, at the end, you've heard the president saying he's going to know within the first couple of minutes of this meeting if it's going to be a successful one. This is a long way to travel to find out if you're going to be done or in or out within just a couple of minutes.
Well, you know, it says a lot about how President Trump operates. He really trusts his gut instincts. I saw this when I served as his deputy secretary for 3 years. He really trusts his gut instincts. And I think he was speaking honestly when he told people that he trusts, when he makes an assessment about Putin, he trusts his gut and what it tells him about Putin's intentions.
Ambassador Sullivan, thank you very much. And we're going to turn things now back to Anchorage, Alaska, with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joining us in that room where this joint press conference will take place. And Nancy, what has stood out to you about what we have seen so far?
Well, I think what stood out the most was this very friendly, warm welcome that Putin received on the tarmac. That, in and of itself, is not a surprise, especially when it comes to President Trump, who has a long history with Putin and has often spoken of him very warmly. But it really contrasts with the way that most Western leaders have, frankly, shunned Putin ever since he invaded Ukraine 3.5 years ago. You even saw President Trump inviting Putin into his armored vehicle, the Beast, as it's known, as they headed to their first meeting location. Another thing that was notable, President Trump often will take questions from reporters in settings like the one we saw with him and Putin sitting side by side, surrounded by some of their top foreign policy advisors. Not today. He and Putin sat there essentially silently, let the cameras get a photo or two, and then those reporters were ushered from the room. A clear sign that President Trump wants to get down to business with Vladimir Putin, and the Russians, at least, are predicting that these talks could last for 6 or 7 hours. That has not been confirmed on the American side, but there are at least 2 major meetings scheduled, and there's a lot to discuss before the two men hold a press conference here in the room where I'm standing later today, and it's a big if these talks go well and President Trump senses that Putin is really, truly open to a ceasefire and an end to this war.
And Nancy, before we let you go, talking about that room behind you, what will you be looking out for during that press conference?
Well, President Putin doesn't take questions from journalists, especially Western journalists, very often. So he is likely to get a barrage of questions about his designation as a war criminal by the ICC, questions about why he invaded a sovereign country to begin with, whether it was worth it after tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives have been lost, and by some estimates, 250,000 Russian lives. So there are a lot of questions that reporters, both American and Russian reporters, because there are just as many Russian journalists here as there are American journalists, are going to have for President Putin if he does indeed join President Trump on this stage later today.
And we know you'll be asking plenty of them. Nancy Cordes, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
And now let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, we have learned that what was supposed to be this one-on-one meeting there has expanded to include other advisors. What did you think of the addition of these military advisors that weren't on the list to begin with?
I think overall, the fact that this has transitioned from a one-on-one meeting between President Trump and President Putin to an expanded meeting with Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary of State Rubio is a net positive. Having additional officials in the room rather than having President Trump alone with President Putin means that he'll have individuals with expertise sitting next to him, and that from a counterintelligence perspective, there will be more individuals who can help recount a comprehensive and accurate record of what transpired in that meeting so that Putin has less of an opportunity to exploit President Trump and to reinvent history when it comes to the content of the meeting overall. It is worth noting, Nancy, that as we continue to talk about the extremely warm welcome that President Trump offered to President Putin, we need to keep in mind that President Putin and Russia have ongoing attacks launched not just against Ukraine, but also against the United States. Reports very recently surfaced about additional Russian cyber attacks against U.S. infrastructure, both government infrastructure and private sector infrastructure. So President Trump is rolling out the red carpet and warmly greeting President Putin as he is actively attacking our country. That is quite unusual and unsettling in a lot of corners.
Is that something you think would come up in conversation whenever the doors close? Or do you think there's just a sense of, OK, let's put that aside and let's focus on what's happening with Ukraine?
Well, there are a long list of bilateral issues which will more than likely come up in this lunch meeting that will follow the restricted meeting. The restricted meeting, just based upon the participants, will more than likely focus on Ukraine and perhaps a little bit on economic issues. In the expanded lunch meeting, when Secretary of the Treasury Bessent and Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, are present, along with their Russian counterparts, it is more than likely that bilateral economic issues will come up, which President Putin is probably banking on, no pun intended. President Putin knows that President Trump is always very focused on reducing the U.S. trade deficit, getting more imports to the United States at a lower cost, and other economic issues. So President Putin will likely try to steer the conversation around to bilateral economic ties because he knows that it plays to President Trump's soft spots and because President Putin does want economic relief from U.S. sanctions and U.S. export controls.
All right, Sam Vinograd, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
And congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now. Nicole, what can you talk to us? Tell us a little bit about the mood at the White House today as this meeting gets underway. Is there a sense of optimism?
Well, certainly I think the hope is that there can be something positive and productive that comes out of this. You know, we heard a short time ago from the president himself, obviously not in that very rushed pool of ale, but he did say in an interview before this summit got underway that he won't be happy if he walks away without some form of a ceasefire. So I think certainly the expectation or the hope is that, you know, ultimately, the president can try to bring both of these two sides together, Russia and Ukraine. That certainly has been a goal, not only since he took office, but even on the campaign trail with the president vowing to end this war. Initially, he said on day one, but obviously, given the complexities in the region and the history between these two countries, it certainly is a much more taller of a task, if you will. So from that standpoint, the president made clear in this interview that this is really just about setting the table, trying to bring these two sides to the table to ultimately try to create some momentum going forward to ultimately end this war.
And Nicole, we've been pointing out how friendly and warm that first initial handshake and walk down the red carpet has seemed. Is there a sense, though, that from others that President Putin is perhaps just stalling for time, given that these advances continue in Ukraine?
Well, there certainly has been some speculation about that. And Obviously, we know that the violence in the region has certainly not subsided, so that does remain a key concern of the president going into this summit. But again, as he said, this is an opportunity to try to cool tensions if that is possible. That certainly is the hope here. But again, only time will tell as this meeting gets underway and ultimately concludes kind of what the outcome will be.
All right, Nicole Killian, thank you very much. And Ambassador Sullivan, I'm going to come back to you as we wrap things up. What is the best case scenario coming out of this meeting?
Well, I think from both the perspective of the United States and President Trump, the president has said he wants a ceasefire. That would be great for Ukraine. The problem with that is Putin can't be trusted. He's lied about his intentions in Ukraine for years to the faces of world leaders, President Biden, President Macron, others. He can't be trusted. Even if he agrees to a ceasefire, which would be a positive outcome, everyone wants the violence to stop. He can't be trusted. They will provoke Ukraine. They will accuse Ukraine of violating the ceasefire. Unclear how it's going to be implemented. It would be a very complex undertaking. So it would be a positive step forward, but nothing like what it would take to get to real peace in Ukraine.
Ambassador John Sullivan, thank you very much for being with us. And make sure you stay with CBS News 24/7 for continuing coverage from Anchorage, Alaska, where, of course, President Trump is meeting with Putin to discuss this war. CBS News San Francisco with Liz Cohen is coming up next. Thanks for being with us.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights. And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Welcome in to CBS News 24/7. I'm Elizabeth Cook. All eyes on Alaska today as President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin meet for a high-stakes summit over ending the war in Ukraine that Russia started more than 3 years ago. The two leaders sat down for the summit just moments ago. They briefly thanked the press but did not answer any questions ahead of their talks. Now, this summit began with an arrival ceremony at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska, just outside of Anchorage. Both leaders shook hands. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was not invited to this summit, but President Trump spoke with him and other European allies earlier this week. President Trump spoke to reporters on Air Force One about his goals for this summit on his way to Alaska.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this.
As you can see there, both Trump and Putin exited their planes at the exact same time. The red carpet was rolled out for President Putin's arrival, and the two leaders shook hands, followed by a military flyover. And then both leaders ignored questions shouted at them before then getting into the same car. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us live from Anchorage. Nancy, we watched Trump and Putin step off their respective planes, then both get in the Beast, which is Trump's car. What are your first impressions of that interaction between these two leaders?
It's certainly a sign of respect from President Trump to Vladimir Putin. We don't often see President Trump inviting other leaders into his vehicle. Perhaps it makes logistical sense, but still, it is unusual. Even their body language on the tarmac, they were speaking very warmly to one another. President Trump even lifted his arms above his hands and started clapping at one point as if to signal that it was a major victory just to get Vladimir Putin here on American soil. They ignored questions from reporters, as they did once they got into the first of what are expected to be two big meetings. This one, a smaller meeting with President Trump and two of his top foreign policy advisors, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Steve Witkoff, his special envoy. There too, there were a lot of questions from reporters directed in particular at Vladimir Putin and about his prosecution of this war, his unprovoked invasion of Ukraine 3.5 years ago that has left so many Ukrainians and Russians dead. But they ignored those questions. Putin even tried to signal that he couldn't hear or understand them. The meetings are now underway. The Russians have indicated that they could last 6 or 7 hours. President Trump is not typically someone who likes to have meetings that last that long, but this is a very unusual situation, Liz, so who's to say?
Yeah, who's to say indeed, Nancy. And I want to talk a little bit about where you are, because I believe where you are is the room where they're expected to have a press conference later on this evening, presumably after those meetings are done. But that's kind of up in the air too, right?
That's correct. And let me step out of the way for a second so you can see that they're obviously still prepping for that press conference. But there are two podiums set up there right now, one for President Trump, one for President Putin. There's a sign that says "Pursuing Peace" as the backdrop. That is kind of the White House slogan for this summit. And so the question is, at the end of the day, will President Trump determine that Putin has shown a willingness to drop some of his demands and embrace a ceasefire at the very least, in which case that joint press conference probably will take place? Or is Putin unwilling to do so? Is he simply tapping Trump along, as the president often likes to say? And if Trump determines that that's the case, one of those two podiums will be removed. President Trump will do this press conference on his own, and then he says he'll fly back to Washington, D.C.
And Nancy, the president has warned of consequences if this meeting does not go well. So what type of consequences are we talking about here? What could we see?
I think the most immediate consequence that comes to mind is this use of secondary tariffs to punish countries that buy oil from Russia, because that is a major source of Russia's revenue at a time when all of its industries have been sanctioned by so much of the world. The president has already slapped 50% tariffs on India because it buys a lot of that oil from Russia. The other big country that buys a lot of Russian oil is China. President Trump hasn't gone that route yet, but that is certainly a tool in his toolbox if he decides to show Vladimir Putin that he means business.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Nancy Cordes live for us in Anchorage, Alaska. Looking forward to more of your coverage, Nancy. Thanks so much. All right, well, President Trump says that if the summit with Putin goes well, he'll quickly set up a meeting that includes Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Now, most of America's NATO allies are standing firmly with Zelensky, saying there should be no peace deal without Ukraine's involvement. Let's bring in CBS News digital international reporter Haley Ott joining us now from London. Haley, what do Ukraine and European allies hope comes from this meeting?
Well, everyone is hopeful in general that there'll be an end to the war, obviously, but not from these talks. As Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and his European allies have said numerous times now, that can't happen without Ukraine having a seat at the table. This war began because Russia invaded Ukraine. So Ukraine needs to be an integral part of any agreement to end it. So the hope for this meeting, and we've just heard this reiterated in a statement put out by Zelensky a little while ago, is really that Mr. Trump holds the line as far as Ukraine and the Europeans are concerned. Zelensky said specifically what was needed was American strength. The fear is that Mr. Trump could be swayed by Putin. He said previously how much he likes him, and that he could end up making some sort of a concession or doing something that might tilt the balance of power in any potential negotiations more towards Russia here and away from Ukraine and European allies.
So Europe in itself has some interest in what's happening, obviously, between Ukraine and Russia. And many of those countries have increased their military spending because of this conflict that's going on in Ukraine. What is the European Union hoping comes from these talks?
From the European perspective, Ukrainian security is European security. Russia invaded Ukraine, and there's nothing deterring it necessarily from making a similar move in another European country. So this is a talking point that President Zelensky has emphasized throughout the course of this war. But it's something that here in Europe is felt very acutely, especially amid strained relations or increasingly strained relations between President Trump and his NATO allies. So there's a concern that if potentially the United States doesn't stand with Ukraine here during this crisis, that there isn't a strong deterrent for Russia during this war in Ukraine, that any potential further Russian aggression could be easier and could be potentially more likely.
Now, it's important to note, Haley, going into these talks, Russia is still pushing forward with its invasion of Ukraine. Can you talk about the gains that Russia has made recently and what Putin is hoping to gain from these talks?
Yeah, so the fighting has very much been ongoing this whole week. There's been reporting that Russia's made gains in the east, which, if Russia manages to hold those gains, could threaten some of Ukraine's supply lines and potentially Ukraine's hold on the city of Kramatorsk. So that is potentially very significant. In terms of Russia's goals for these talks, experts I've spoken to call them high risk for Putin. A blow up between him and Mr. Trump could be very bad for him. So these talks, maybe one goal is to try to tip the president into making an agreement that is in Putin's favor. And a Kremlin aide said earlier this week that one thing Russia was looking for was closer economic ties with the United States. So potentially there's that as well. But it's important to remember that while Putin has said he wants peace, Russia invaded Ukraine. Putin has refused an offer of a ceasefire before, which was brokered by the U.S. and which Ukraine agreed to. And Putin fundamentally believes Ukraine should not be its own country, that it should be part of Russia. So experts say that if the war ends now, unless there are real security guarantees for Ukraine, there's nothing stopping Putin from starting up the war again in the future.
Haley Ott, thank you so much. Live for us from London. All right, let's bring in Tina Jeopardize, an analyst with Eurasia Group. The summit kicking off with a friendly-looking handshake, as you saw there. Smiles exchanged between Trump and Putin. Give us your first impressions of how this played out so far.
Well, at least so far, we can safely say that the meeting is going forward. I remember last week we were all talking about whether or not this meeting would in fact take place. And I think it's a good sign that at least there was a handshake, which I think both sides really wanted to capture on camera. That was important to them both. But of course, the real meat of the story that's unfolding right now, that I think does have actually historical consequences, will be very important to unpack afterwards when we actually find out what was it that the two leaders discussed together with their team members.
I want to talk about the significance of these two leaders in Alaska. Now, remember, Alaska used to be part of Russia. I'm curious, does the choice of location for this summit only support Russia's argument that, frankly, borders can change?
It actually might. And I think that that is one of the ideas, perhaps tongue-in-cheek, that Vladimir Putin may actually float during his meeting with President Trump. But more significantly, I think what's important to bear in mind is that the significance of Vladimir Putin coming to the United States, no matter who once owned Alaska, is worth keeping in mind because Vladimir Putin has very much been isolated from the Western world over the past few years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And this is one of the places that he can go to in the West in particular where he's actually not going to get arrested. And it's very good optics because he's able to sell this as a win back home in Russia, as a way of reminding everyone that actually, no matter what they say in the Western media, Russia is not isolated after all. It does get invited, including to the United States.
The Polish Prime Minister said earlier this week, quote, "The most important thing that Europe convinces Donald Trump is that one can't trust Russia." And, it's worth noting several European countries have dramatically increased their defense spending, partly in response to this war in Ukraine. Can you tell us more about, from your perspective, what these European countries are hoping to see from this summit?
So there was a little bit of nervousness, and understandably so, in Europe before Wednesday's summit took place virtually, when the European leaders spoke with President Trump as a way of conveying a message from Europe and from Ukraine to the American president to let him know that there were certain red lines that would essentially be unacceptable to Europe and to the Ukrainian side, given the fact that they're not present at the summit. So that was really important, I think, for them to discuss. And therefore, after the meeting and the statements that we heard from President Trump shortly thereafter, it became very clear that at the very least, the Europeans had been heard. Now, whether or not President Trump actually pursues this stance that we heard on Wednesday, Thursday, going forward over the next few hours remains to be seen. But I do feel that the Europeans are more confident now than they were a few days ago when they were feeling very much sort of sidelined.
We've talked a lot about the EU and, of course, Ukraine when it comes to this summit. But one country that I want to mention with you is China. They are closely watching what happens from this summit and what happens with this conflict moving forward. Could you give us some perspective on what China, the leaders there, may be looking for here?
Well, China has been very, very cautious about what it is that they say overall about the war over the last few years. And I think they're continuing to be rather diplomatic because obviously there have been a lot of conversations in Washington as well as in Brussels about China supporting the Russians. So they have to be very cautious in terms of what it is that they say publicly. So they will continue, I think, to push this stance and this sort of rhetoric, saying that it is very important to China that peace be achieved and whatever the Chinese side can do, whatever Beijing can do to ensure that this process is as smooth as possible, that they are there to support. But what will be very interesting is what happens thereafter including in President Putin's conversations with his Chinese counterpart. I think that remains to be seen, but they will try to stand to the side a little bit in order to not necessarily be dragged into this process, because right now it's very much being seen and portrayed as a US-Russia meeting, a bilateral meeting. And I think the fact that they're discussing Ukraine in many ways is seen by some as secondary because of particularly the teams on both sides that are present. There are going to be more business conversations, I feel, rather than just geopolitics.
Interesting. All right, we'll be watching. Tina Japaridze, thank you so much for joining us. Coming up, Russia's President Vladimir Putin looking to strike a deal with the U.S. on nuclear weapons at today's summit. Where negotiations stand right now. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger?
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good. That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Happening right now, President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting face-to-face at a summit in Alaska. Now, in addition to discussing the war in Ukraine, Putin suggested yesterday that he and President Trump could discuss a new nuclear deal between the two nations. I want to bring in CBS News Pentagon reporter Ellie Watson. Ellie, great to see you. Set the stage for us for a minute here. What nuclear assets do Russia and the U.S. have right now?
Well, the U.S. and Russia have the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world. Each side has thousands of nuclear warheads, but they are limited to just deploying 1,550 of those at a time. That cap is set by the New START Treaty, which is the last remaining bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Russia on nuclear weapons. Those weapons, in the case of the U.S., can be on top of intercontinental ballistic missiles based here in the U.S., on submarines that can deploy around the world, or on Air Force bombers like the B-2s, which one of them just actually did a flyover at the summit in Alaska between President Putin and President Trump.
Okay, so lean into the agreement here. What does the current agreement between the U.S. and Russia look like when it comes to their nuclear weapons?
The limit outlined in that treaty is still in effect, but there are other provisions that are not. Importantly, for instance, the treaty allows each country 18 on-site inspection visits per year, but those inspections were suspended first by the pandemic in 2020 and then by Russia in 2023 because of its war in Ukraine. The treaty itself, the New START Treaty, is set to completely expire in February, which is just over 5 months from now.
So what are the key sticking points when it comes to the possibility of a future agreement between these two countries?
Well, President Trump was asked about this earlier this summer. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We have restrictions, and they have restrictions, as you know, on nuclear. That's not an agreement you want expiring. We're starting to work on that, but that is a big problem for the world. When you take off nuclear restrictions, that's a big problem.
President Trump sounds like he wants a deal here, but an agreement of that magnitude is usually preceded by extensive talks. And between the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, those talks haven't really been happening. And now both sides have another factor to consider, which is the rapid nuclear breakout by China. China is projected to have about 1,000 nuclear warheads by the year 2030.
Ellie Watson, thank you so much. Well, Erin becomes the first hurricane of the Atlantic season. We are tracking the storm's path. That's next. Stay with us. You are watching CBS News 24/7.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery.
When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere.
Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It
was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 Hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 Hours, 24/7.
Elspeth! Oh, I thought I saw you. And then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police.
I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence. Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there. And I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
All right, let's go to some weather now. We have the Atlantic's first named hurricane of the season. I want to bring in meteorologist Aaron Peck. You are keeping an eye on Hurricane Aaron.
Yeah, about to move over some very warm water.
Okay.
And it is going to become likely a Category 4.
Okay.
That's like major. This is about as strong as they get. But of course, what matters is it just going to do that over the water? And I think we've got some good news on that. Anybody who's been following the story on this one is likely already up to speed on how that's going. If you take a look at the storm now, that's the latest close-up imagery as it starts to move through the Caribbean. But what I want you to see over here is how the storm is put together and how it's going to be driven across that part of the Atlantic Basin. You see it out there? So there's our, what is now a hurricane. Here's your quick snapshot, which is what we really just want to see right out of the gate. And this has not changed. So if you've been following this story, this is still very much a sigh of relief from that standpoint. Category 4, great intensity, but never really at this point, according to the most updated official forecast, never really making landfall anywhere significantly. Come back here to the virtual map and I'll show you what it looks like. What we really care about is how do we track this thing from a wind standpoint. So if you put the National Hurricane Center's forecast on it for hurricane force wind probability, this takes us through like the next 4 days. That much we already know. But if you get that much wind, even out there over the water, it's going to kick up the waves. This probably becomes a bigger concern from what it's going to do to waves. And we can visualize that using the wave height forecast. You see the center of the storm there, and I just played us ahead to Wednesday night. This, on the one hand, it's very helpful to look at it that way because you're looking at what the most likely pathway is for the center of the storm. And that's what's showing up as the red bullseye. But instead of looking at the storm itself, you're looking at the effect it will be having on the surface of the ocean. And that will be the wave heights. And even at that, for the Carolinas, you're going to come pretty close to some pretty high and troubling wave heights, but never really quite within that range. High surf advisories are likely going to be a concern for the Carolinas as we get there. This is almost certainly going to be an issue in terms of rough seas, rip currents, and the like. But this storm, at least the worst of it, likely stays off the coast. That water is very warm, Liz. That's part of the thing. It's going to a Category 4.
It's huge.
Likely a large contributor to that is where you're standing, where we're standing.
Okay.
Those sea surface temperatures are very warm, and that's the fuel these things feed on.
Hopefully it's only the fishes that are really feeling
looks that way.
Good. All right, Darren, thank you for that. All right, coming up, we're going to continue to follow this historic summit underway right now in Alaska between President Donald Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
We're NCIS.
You guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate.
This is a great team for what?
We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal! Oh, he's in a wheelchair! What do you want? Not stop the car! That's a kid! Kid! Give it to me.
Did I pass.
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research?
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying.
We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Welcome back. A historic summit between President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin is underway in Alaska right now. The two leaders expected to discuss, of course, the war in Ukraine, as well as other agreements between the U.S. and Russia. Now, the summit began with an arrival ceremony you just saw at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson near Anchorage, Alaska. Both Trump and Putin exited their planes at about the same time. You see a friendly exchange there. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky notably not invited to this summit, but the president spoke with him and other European allies earlier this week. Let's bring in CBS News Congressional correspondent Nicole Killian live from outside the White House. Nicole, it looks like the one-on-one between Trump and Putin might have actually happened in the president's vehicle instead of the planned meeting that we heard about earlier. So walk us through who's in the room now with President Trump and Vladimir Putin now that the two leaders are officially meeting.
Yeah, well, this is now a 3-on-3 meeting, so that involves the president, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as Steve Witkoff, one of the president's leading envoys, and then, of course, their respective counterparts on the Russian side, including Russian President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov, who we saw in that brief pool avail a short time ago. And, of course, both leaders will be accompanied by translators. So following that meeting, we do expect that there will be a broader bilateral meeting, and so that will include on the president's team people like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the president's chief of staff Susie Wiles, among others, along with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. So that is the broader group that will eventually meet again with their Russian counterparts. We haven't really gotten a reason from the White House per se with respect to why that one-on-one no longer took place, why it was expanded to that 3-on-3. However, it is likely to assuage perhaps some concerns among critics, experts, and even potentially European allies who worried about the president kind of being a one-on-one with President Putin, a former KGB agent, although that is something that we saw previously in a meeting between the president and Putin, I believe back in Helsinki when the two leaders met, which certainly was one of the more notable meetings between the two leaders at that time.
It was remarkable to see those two men get in the same car together, and you have to wonder what was spoken inside that car. You know, President Trump has warned, though, of consequences if this meeting with Vladimir Putin does not go well. We know that Russia is struggling economically, partly because of the tariffs imposed on India in regards to to oil with Russia. So what types of consequences are we talking about here when it comes to Russia?
Well, the president was asked about that aboard Air Force One as he headed to Alaska earlier today after giving that warning of potentially severe consequences. And the president said that what he meant by that was economically there could certainly be some very severe consequences for Russia, most notably with respect to sanctions, to your point, with respect to the state of the current Russian economy. And that certainly is a tool in the toolbox of the administration, and even something that many congressional leaders have been pushing for as well, to try to amp up the pressure on President Putin and Russia in light of the war with Ukraine. But that being said, you know, the president was very clear going into this meeting that he really views this as an opportunity to set the table to try to eventually bring these two leaders together, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was not invited to these talks today, but who the president ultimately hopes to bring to the table if today's talks go well.
Nicole Killian, live for us outside the White House today. Thank you so much, Nicole. All right, I want to have you take a look at this video. In the lower left corner, you can see Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov wearing a CCCP sweatshirt as he arrived in Alaska for this summit. Now, that is the Russian acronym of the USSR. So let's bring in Sergei Plokhy, the professor of history at Harvard University. Sergei, thank you for being with us. I wanted to show that moment leading into our interview because it's sending a message to Ukraine and also a nod at Soviet nostalgia, frankly. You wrote a book called The Return of History, the Russo-Ukrainian War Through the Eyes of a Historian. Can you explain that picture as it speaks to the greater goal of Putin and Russia when it comes to Ukraine and, frankly, Russia's position in the world?
Well, it is very clear that there is this imperial nostalgia for great power status of the Soviet Union, the Soviet glory, so to speak, that Putin now tries to bring back either through war and aggression in Ukraine or by having this summit with the world's most powerful leader, President Trump. So for him, this is basically a recognition also of particular status of Russia today, but clearly they want the world how it existed back in the 1970s when Mr. Lavrov and Mr. Putin started their careers. So it is very imperialistic.
You know, Russia is hurting economically right now. It's lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but they are gaining some ground, at least they have in recent weeks, when it comes to fighting. Can you give us a sense of how they see this war and how far they are willing to go when it comes to the fighting?
Well, a lot of discussion is, of course, focused today on the front line, which barely moved in the last 2 years. In the last 2 weeks, Russians made some progress on their incursions into Ukraine, but the news today are coming that Ukrainians actually are fighting back and cutting off those operational units that got behind Ukrainian lines. So it looks like we see the situation that we had seen back and forth for the last 2 years. And it is very important to keep in mind that for Russia, this war is not for territory or not just for territory. Look at the map of the world. This is the largest country in the world. It is the war about dominance over Ukraine and eventually dominance over Eastern and Central Europe. So that is what at stake, not this or that village or this or that town on Ukrainian territory. Territory is important, but again, for this war, this is secondary.
You know, many have argued that Putin has already won this summit just by appearing on U.S. soil in Alaska because he wants a seat at the table with top world leaders. Do you see that summit, this summit that way?
Well, clearly he got what he wanted to get. He got the attention of the world. He got also a situation in which leader of the country that against whom there is an arrest warrant freely travels in the world and comes to the United States as well. But there is also something that is also obvious from the pictures that we got from the summit. He is traveling to the United States. They're not even meeting on the neutral territory. And in that sense, clearly, this is not a meeting of equals. So there is something that Putin got out of that, and that's what Russian propaganda will be playing again and again. But in reality, he is in weak situation. Otherwise, he would not accept this invitation going all the way to the United States, not meeting, let's say, in Moscow, not meeting on the Russia-controlled territory, as, let's say, Stalin did with Yalta, and then with Potsdam near Berlin, where he controlled the setting, he controls the territory, could certainly eavesdrop on his guests. Putin can't do that now in Alaska.
I'm curious what you think is going to come out of this conflict, because President Zelensky of Ukraine has said there's a hard line. He does not want to give up any territory of Ukraine. Do you think that's even possible, though? Do you think there's going to have to be some exchange of land for this thing to end?
Well, looking at the Korean War, looking at other conflicts in the world, of course, there can't be any discussion of the legal recognition of any territory taken over by aggressor. There is no peace treaty today between Russia and Japan since 1945 because there is a territorial conflict. But on the other hand, there are realities of the war. There are things like ceasefire, there are things like the temporary agreements, and that would be probably the best case scenario under the circumstances, starting with ceasefire and then moving step by step toward a much more durable agreement. And no durable agreement can be reached without Ukraine being at the table.
I appreciate you bringing up the topic of other countries, specifically in Asia, because I'm curious. I asked this question earlier about how you think China is watching this summit and what they will be looking for, even though they have their eyes on Taiwan. It's very different circumstances, but they have to be wondering how this is all going to play out in terms of their future.
Well, clearly, if Russia, in violation of all international rules, attacks Ukraine, keeps the territory, then being welcomed back as a member of international community, that will be a sign for China that, well, they can go and move toward and take over Taiwan, and of course there will be a lot of unhappiness, but eventually they would be welcomed back. And that was certainly a Russian calculation back in 2022. The former Russian president, Medvedev, stated that directly in February 2022 before Russian attack on Ukraine.
And there has to be concern by some of the European countries, though, that if Russia is allowed to keep some of the territory that it took from Ukraine, that it's not going to stop with Ukraine. It's going to keep moving forward, correct?
Absolutely, because what that would mean is that the strategy that they use, that strategy works. And a lot of parallels were drawn, potential parallels between Yalta Conference, between Munich Conference, and now meeting at Alaska. And the point was that each time you allow the aggressor to keep the territory, you welcome aggressor back into the international community, the aggressor gets encouraged. It's actually wants more. So it's not a paranoia on the part of Central European and especially Eastern European neighbors of Ukraine. This is just knowledge of basic history and understanding of realities.
Professor Sergei Plohi, thank you so much for being with us and for your insight into all of this. All right, let's take you to Wall Street now. The Dow climbed a little higher today. Investors across the world are, of course, watching today's summit between Trump and Putin very closely, waiting to see what the discussions could mean for things like trade, sanctions, and, of course, oil prices. Let's bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, Russia is one of the world's top producers of gas and oil. Its invasion of Ukraine has had serious implications on the flow of its exports. What are investors watching for in this summit, and how could it impact the markets?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, energy, oil and gas, that is the lifeblood of the Russian economy. And it had a huge impact if you go back to the beginning of the war in Ukraine. That summer, right after Russia invaded, you had oil above $100 a barrel. And that was partially what spurred those high inflation rates in this country and around the world. So what investors are watching for is a potential ceasefire. You would likely see a broad-based market rally if something like that were to happen, though a pullback in defense stocks, because of course defense companies do benefit when there is more war activity going on. But specifically when it comes to oil, if we were to see a ceasefire, would likely see oil prices go down, because more of that flow would easily not just be bought by some countries like India and China, but more of that broad-based customers in terms of Europe that they were used to before. So definitely focused on that broad-based market rally, but specifically oil is.
Yeah, and I want to lean into that a little bit more, Kelly, because obviously, Russia's oil exports to both China and India, as you mentioned, shot up since the start of the war. How is that, you think, playing into the conversation when it comes to a potential ceasefire?
Economic pressure. We know that the president is threatening secondary tariffs, I should say, on India for buying that Russian oil. And if you go back to the start of the war in Ukraine, India was not a big buyer of Russian oil. The numbers here, 2021, they purchased only 0.1 million barrels per day. Now that is up close to 2 million. They buy 40% roughly of the amount of oil that Russia purchases each day. And then China, you also mentioned, shot from 1.6 million barrels per day in 2021 to 2.4 million barrels per day. So those two countries together buy the vast majority of Russian oil. And so what we do know that the president has been trying to do is utilize economic pressure. If he were to say, look, India, China, if you're buying Russian oil, we are going to make it more expensive for you to sell products into the U.S. by way of tariffs. This would be a novel use of the form of tariffs. He's already threatening a 25% tariff on top of the existing tariff on India for doing just that. That hasn't gone into place yet, but by bringing those two into the conversation, albeit in an indirect way, there is some pressure that he is hoping that something like India, a country like India, would be able to put on Russia to come to the table and say, hey, you don't want to lose that revenue stream, because that's going to make it a lot harder for you to finance those activities in Ukraine, Liz.
A lot of implications coming from this summit today. Kelly O'Grady, thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue to follow the historic summit underway right now in Alaska between President Donald Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case,
it's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down. One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not one, not two, but...
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks.
You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish mornings started at like 10 a.m.
Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I said it to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Protect D.C. Protect D.C.
Protesters rallied outside Washington, D.C. police headquarters to say they do not want a military takeover of their city. Earlier this week, the Trump administration deployed troops to expand its control of the city's police department, citing violent crime. The D.C. Attorney General slammed the moves, calling the White House's actions illegal. And as CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen reports, the Attorney General actually sued the Trump administration for the takeover.
The District of Columbia sued the Trump administration and Attorney General Pam Bondi Friday for trying to end local directives that limit cooperation between D.C. police and federal immigration authorities during the Trump administration's temporary takeover of the district's police force. In a complaint, D.C.'s Attorney General wrote that the Trump administration's attempts to end the policies represents a, quote, effort to divest the district and its residents of any control of their local police force and place it for all purposes under the control of the federal government. Attorney General Bondi's order terminating the local directives came Thursday night and amounted to a sweeping reversal of sanctuary policies in the nation's capital. It allowed the Metropolitan Police Force, at least temporarily, to fully cooperate with federal agents from ICE and other immigration authorities. The Attorney General said that she was naming Terry Cole, the current head of the DEA, as the emergency police chief in Washington, replacing the person who was already in charge. She cited Mr. Trump's emergency declaration to reverse several local police policies as well. The D.C. Attorney General, on the other hand, is asking a federal judge to vacate Bondi's order and declared that the U.S. Attorney General does not have the authority to issue orders that assert, quote, operational control over the district's police department. AG Bondi rescinded guidance issued by D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith earlier Thursday that allowed police officers to transport ICE agents and their detainees and to share immigration information during traffic stops. But that still barred most local involvement in federal immigration enforcement. The Attorney General also removed guidance that prohibited D.C. police officers from searching databases for the purposes of determining someone's immigration status, even when there's no underlying criminal warrant. And she also suspended rules that bar D.C. police from arresting individuals based on administrative immigration warrants signed by ICE officials and not judges, and from assisting federal agents during those arrests. The rescinded policy required officers to have a criminal nexus before carrying out an arrest, prohibiting arrests solely based on suspected civil immigration law violations. Attorney General's attempts to end the MPD policies clash with the district's 2020 laws that gave local police independent authority from immigration officials, and it happened while the D.C. mayor was not in the district and was on Martha's Vineyard for a, quote, family commitment. In June, the D.C. Council voted down Mayor Mara Bowser's effort to repeal the sanctuary city status in a 2026 budget bill. Back to you.
When was the last time you had something to drink?
Last night.
About how many hours ago?
Like 10 hours ago, at least.
How many drinks did you have?
Had a few beers.
CBS News obtained this Savannah Airport police body camera video from January showing a Southwest pilot being questioned for being drunk shortly before flying a plane. 52-year-old David Alsop was set to fly from Georgia to Chicago, but arresting officers say he smelled of alcohol. The pilot took a sobriety test shortly after questioning, and he failed that test and was quickly put into handcuffs. Now, Alsop was released from Chatham County Jail on a $3,500 bond. He faces one charge of driving under the influence by airport police. CBS News did report on his initial arrest back in January. Now, we reached out to Southwest for an updated statement given the release of this body camera footage. The company said, quote, the employee was removed from duty immediately after the alleged incident and is no longer employed by Southwest Airlines. Nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of our customers and employees. Well, a South Florida judge sentenced rapper Sean Kingston to 3.5 years in prison for his role in a $1 million fraud scheme. A federal jury convicted the musician and his mother of sending fake wire receipts for high-end purchases like a car and watches. Police arrested the duo in May of 2024 after a SWAT team raided Kingston's home in Fort Lauderdale. A judge previously sentenced his mother to 5 years in prison. Out-of-state educators looking for a teaching certificate will have to take a controversial new test meant to remove, quote, woke instructors from the public school system. That news was first reported by CNN. The conservative media company PragerU created the assessment that will be given to incoming teachers. If they fail the test, they will not be able to teach in Oklahoma this year. A representative for PragerU confirmed this, reporting to CBS, saying, quote, the test is not available to the public yet, but will be soon. A reminder for our viewers, PragerU is not an accredited educational institution and has been accused of spreading misinformation. Well, there is a legal battle brewing in Texas over whether the 10 Commandments will be displayed in public school classrooms across the state. A bill recently passed in the state and that has set that requirement. But as CBS's Karen Wall reports, the ACLU is leading the effort to halt that bill from taking effect.
In Texas, a bill signed in June requires every public school to put up the 10 Commandments by September 1st. That means every classroom is supposed to have either a framed copy of it or a 16 by 20 inch poster. Supporters of this law say it'll encourage students to behave better. But today, a federal judge in San Antonio is hearing out those who want to block this from happening. The ACLU of Texas and other groups argue this law violates the First Amendment for those who are not of Christian faith. More than a dozen families filed a lawsuit in July against 11 school districts in Texas. Over in Arkansas, a similar debate is happening after leaders also passed a law requiring public schools and government buildings to display the 10 Commandments.
This is about the histories and traditions of the United States, and the 10 Commandments plays an important role in that.
Now, this law in Arkansas was set to take effect last week until a judge put it on hold. A group of parents is trying to overturn it, saying it's unconstitutional. Back to you.
Karen, thank you. Let's take a live look at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Alaska, where President Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin are holding a pivotal summit over ending the war with Ukraine. Now, once the two leaders are done speaking, President Trump is expected to hold a press conference in that room. We'll bring that to you live. The Takeout with Major Garrett is next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling. You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening. It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. It's the clock. It's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcast.
Summit, summit, summit. The handshake happened. Now Trump and Putin are face-to-face. What will success look like? Trump says, I don't know. The head of the Washington, D.C. police union doesn't believe city crime statistics and says things are more dangerous than described. He tells us why. More on the summit. Ukrainian President Zelensky reminds the world, on the day of negotiations, they are killing as well. Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Let me welcome you to the Takeout. Happy Friday, and for whatever it might be worth, happy Summit Day. The summit is on, and the pictures this afternoon that started it, well, they could only be described as arresting. President Trump waiting at the tarmac at Elmendorf-Richardson Air Base, clapping as Vladimir Putin, an indicted war criminal, approached. Then, and you see, yes, a warm handshake, banter, and the two leaders made their way to a podium where there was a photo op. And at that photo op with the two on the podium, Putin had to hear questions that simply are not raised when he's in Russia.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
Then an extraordinary invitation to ride in President Trump's limousine. A big smile and chuckle from Putin as the car pulled away. Those optics, as good as Putin and his Russian handlers could have hoped for. The outcome unknowable. And possibly this red carpet treatment was necessary to pull Putin toward a ceasefire, which Trump said before he landed in Alaska was his goal. Margaret Brennan joins me now from the summit. Margaret, I'm so glad you are with us. Evaluate what I just described, what we saw play out on the tarmac, and all the ways in which Europe and the Ukrainians might behold the handshake, the obvious affection, and the ride in the presidential limousine.
Well, Major, these images are being broadcast around the world, and it is very late night in Kyiv, but you can be assured that Volodymyr Zelensky is tracking all of this, and it contrasts just so starkly with the treatment he was given when he was welcomed into the White House by President Trump, but reminded that he was not grateful enough for all of the U.S. aid that had been provided to him in the description of the president at the time. But since that time, President Trump's position on Ukraine has fluctuated. And it's not exactly clear what President Trump wants to see other than this general description of a ceasefire. He hasn't been specific. When he was asked again on Air Force One about that, he said something like some form of a ceasefire. So he's sketching out very broad sort of benchmark for success there. And the pictures themselves, those are a win for Vladimir Putin. He has already gotten something. He has delayed those sanctions. He has gotten that reemergence onto the global stage despite breaking virtually every international law on the books, every international law written after World War II, when the globe decided that might was no longer going to make right and that you couldn't invade a country and seize territory by force, or at least not do so without international sanction. Vladimir Putin did that in 2022. That's why he's under sanctions. But he got this reprieve today, able to land on U.S. soil, and the red carpet was rolled out for him, as you were just describing.
Margaret, let's talk about the 10 minutes, roughly, that the two spent inside the presidential limousine. It's my understanding you know much more than I do and much better than I do that Vladimir Putin understands English, doesn't speak it all that well. How much might we imagine was or wasn't exchanged in those 10 minutes one-on-one inside the limo?
Well, that was extraordinary to see. You know, President Trump was so warm in his welcome to have Vladimir Putin, treating him as that honored guest, bring him into the beast, as we call it, the vehicle that the president used, that armored car for the relatively short walk within the airbase. But it did provide President Trump with that opportunity, the promise he had made that he would get one-on-one time with Vladimir Putin. Remember, the Kremlin said and the White House said that it was Putin's request that they meet one-on-one. So at least for those 10 minutes, he got that FaceTime before he went into this closed-door meeting where President Trump, as we understand it, at least from the White House, was supposed to be accompanied by his Secretary of State and by his special envoy, Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, respectively. So what happened in that car, all of us could speculate. Does one-on-one time with another world leader break every rule in the books? No, it's happened before. But when you are dealing with someone like Vladimir Putin, a former KGB agent, there was always that extra layer of suspicion as to his intent and the manipulation that he might be trying to carry out. Now, we'll have to see what happens. So far, those planes are still in the tarmac, as far as we know. No one's walked out. And we'll see if the two men show up at the podium for that joint presser. The very fact that a joint press conference was set up makes it sound like this is expected to end with some measure of success.
And the Russian spokesperson for Vladimir Putin said before he landed that these negotiations could go on as long as 7 hours. I'm sure that's not what the White House anticipates, but Margaret, you and I have covered summits involving Putin before. He likes to go through an elaborate, not throat-clearing, but preparatory lecture with any American president, Republican or Democrat, about whatever the Russian agenda is. So that might take up some number of hours today.
Well, that does. You're totally right, Major, but there is nothing typical about what is happening today. That throat clearing, that let's read our grievances on either side before we get down to brass tacks. That's what diplomats do. That's what trained Foreign Service officers do. That's what you would expect in a traditional bilateral meeting. But that's not what we're seeing. And the other thing Vladimir Putin loves doing, Major, is showing up late. He was smack dab on time this morning, ready for the cameras. I mean, I've been there. I've sat in Moscow where he's kept John Kerry waiting for 3 hours when he was Secretary of State. He is notorious for playing this cat and mouse game. Not today. This is a big moment for him. He was being honored. We'll see, though, if he actually makes any concessions. Remember, President Trump said he'd know in the first 2 minutes whether Vladimir Putin would make a deal. It's been well over 2 minutes at this point.
Margaret Brennan, such a great pleasure. Thank you so very much. Former U.S. Ambassador to Russia for President Trump and for President Biden, John Sullivan, joins me now. Mr. Ambassador, great to see you. Look, I want to give you a chance. You saw the pictures. The world saw the pictures. Break them down for us.
Well, literally, Major, it was red carpet treatment from Vladimir Putin. He couldn't have asked for a better setting for his arrival in the United States. His message to the world is, I'm not isolated. Some may think I'm a war criminal. I deal toe-to-toe with the President of the United States. I'm welcomed as a co-equal with the President of the United States, which he believes he deserves as President of the Russian Federation. So a real validation for Putin.
And all the times in the last few weeks, John, and we've discussed this on this program, when the president has expressed frustration, being unhappy with Putin, none of that evident today.
None of it evident today, and not really evident in the actions that the United States has taken. To be sure, the United States has imposed secondary sanctions, tariffs on India for buying Russian oil. But the United States could do so much more to put pressure on Putin to really come to the peace table and stop this war. The United States has the means to do so. So far, it hasn't had the will to do so. The question is whether the administration, the Trump administration, will get Putin to agree to a ceasefire first and then an enduring settlement. And it's doubtful in my mind that this is going to happen unless much more pressure is brought to bear on Putin.
And it is possible, John, that the president could look the way he did, but sit down and say, I have the sanctions in my back pocket and I'm ready to go. And if you don't move, I'm going to drop this hammer on you, and be much tougher in private than he looked in public. It's possible.
Absolutely. Look at the way he dealt with Kim Jong-un, right? He had 3 meetings with Kim Jong-un, 2 summit meetings in a sense, and then the meeting in the DMZ. But he ultimately walked away because there wasn't a good deal for the United States, what he wanted. But he didn't disrespect Kim Jong-un. And, my hope is that what the president would say in his defense, if he were criticized for how Putin was received, he would say, look, I'm sucking up to Putin. I'm doing to Putin what you say other world leaders are doing to me, buttering me up because I want something from him. And if he doesn't give it to me, I'll walk away, but I'm not going to embarrass him. I'm not going to make a spectacle out of it.
John, and I want to let our control room know I'm going to take these in order. I just want to summarize from our audience the toll of this war. So, Ukrainian-Russian war dead, 60,000 to 100,000 on the Ukrainian side. These are all rough estimates. 250,000 on the Russian side. There's been a lot of aid flowing to Ukraine from the European Union. 195 billion in military aid, 105 billion in financial and humanitarian assistance. From the United States, $76 billion in military assistance, 54 billion financial humanitarian. Also, when it comes to those displaced in Ukraine, 6.9 million refugees, 3.7 million internally displaced. Civilian casualties in Ukraine, killed, these are rough estimates, 13,883 injured, more than 35,000, 726 children. There are lots and lots of numbers, but I just wanted, for my audience's benefit, to contextualize all that has gone on. We should understand that the toll has been high for both countries.
And it continues to this very day, Major. The Russians have bombed major cities in Ukraine while Putin is en route to meet with Trump. So the brutality of what the Russians have done, this aggressive war that Putin has raised, is staggering. Massive number of war crimes. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children taken in violation of international law into Russia. It's those statistics and the brutality behind it that causes, when people ask me, why do the Ukrainians continue to fight? Because of what the Russians have done to them and the brutality with which they've done it.
Very quickly, John, when you're looking at a way to assess this summit when it is done, what's the first thing you're going to ask yourself?
Is there follow-up with Zelensky? There is no path to peace and a settlement in Ukraine without Zelensky and the Ukrainians at the table. Right now, Putin doesn't want to meet with Zelensky. If President Trump can get a ceasefire and a follow-up meeting with Zelensky at the table, that would be a step forward. Putin doesn't want to do that. Putin doesn't want to give to Zelensky what Trump gave to Putin today. Putin doesn't want to be on the same stage with Zelensky and equate him with the president of the Russian Federation. He thinks Zelensky is beneath him, and right now he's not interested in meeting with Zelensky. But we'll see if President Trump is able to convince him of the need for that.
That's an important and valuable metric. Ambassador John Sullivan, thanks so very much.
My pleasure.
Still to come, U.S. Attorney Bundy tightens the Trump administration's grip on the D.C. police force. In turn, the district sues the president over what it calls an illegal overreach. Texas House Democrats get a boost from former President Obama. Republican redistricting plans have been stalled, but for how much longer? And the world continues to wait. What will come from the Trump-Putin talks going on right now? We are in Alaska for the summit. We'll have more as the takeout continues, and it will return, I'm happy to say, in 90 seconds.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back. The District of Columbia has sued the Trump administration over its federal takeover of D.C. police, arguing that takeover violates federal law. Jake Rosen is here with all of the latest information. And, Jake, we have some important developments just this afternoon. Walk my audience through what we have learned.
We do. Federal Judge Anna Reyes, who's no stranger of criticism against the Trump administration, she's been very loud about it, encouraged both sides after an hour of argument to take some time and meet together, knowing that any decision she made, A, likely to be appealed almost immediately, and B, for somebody to chime in on such a sensitive issue without some kind of agreement or understanding of maybe rewriting what is at hand here, which is this policy, 5 bullet points from Pam Bondi last night, which essentially stripped away sanctuary city provisions from the Metropolitan Police Department and the officers there, which would have forced them to cooperate with ICE if asked to. In addition to that, essentially stripping the D.C. police chief out of her role and reinstalling a Trump ally and acting or current DEA head Terry Cole in that role. All of that has now been talked through by the attorneys. They took 2.5 hours after an hour of argument to come to a conclusion here, which is that the DOJ is going to rewrite this memo that the Trump administration made no secret about last night, knowing that Muriel Bowser was out of town, knowing that there was an opportunity to kind of assert further federal control, especially on things like immigration in Washington, D.C., that they can put in a new police commissioner. That no longer is the case. The D.C. Police Commissioner, Pamela Smith, is going to go back in. Terry Smith is going to be a designee to work between the Metropolitan Police Department and the White House to coordinate what the next 25 days looks like. And that's kind of where things stand.
So to summarize, the judge said 2 parties, the District of Columbia and the Trump administration, talk. Stop issuing decrees in one direction or another. Work this out. See if you can collaborate, possibly, and some collaboration has thus emerged. Some of it will be rewritten, some of the people appointed will be changed, and the district will emerge with some of its legitimacy reasserted.
And the big thing is, who do these Metropolitan Police Department employees and officers report to? Is it a Trump appointee? Or is it the person who's been in charge for the last 5 days of this federal takeover and who's agreed to cooperate in large part with the White House with almost no pushback?
Interesting. Jake Rosen, I appreciate all the expertise. Thank you so much. Earlier today, I spoke with the head of the D.C. Police Union about all of this. Here's our conversation. Greg, first question. The District of Columbia sued the Trump administration today, alleging it is illegal to do what it has done in seizing the Metropolitan Police Department. Do your rank and file members agree with that?
Well, it's important to know why exactly the feds are here in the first place. And the fact of the matter is that 5 years ago, the city council passed a boatload of legislation that hamstrung cops, made it impossible for us to do our jobs, and exposed us to administrative, civil, and even criminal penalties, even when we go out and do our job properly. We're currently have an authorized strength of 4,000 sworn police officers, but we only have 3,180. So we have over 800 vacancies for the position of sworn officer, and that's why we cannot get a handle on crime here in the district. So it should come as no surprise that the federal agencies, through the president, have decided to intervene because we cannot keep this city safe. Listen, we welcome any help we can get, whether that's federal agents, whether that's National Guardsmen, anything we can do to put handcuffs on bad guys and try to keep these communities safer, we're going to welcome that. What we're hoping is that however long this lasts, whether that's 30 days or longer, we're hoping that these federal agencies get some insight into the problems that exist here in the district so that we can fix them and have a long-term prescribed impact on crime. And they don't just pack up and leave, and we end up holding the bag with the same problems we had before they got here.
How would you describe the problems as they exist today?
The City Council passed a bill called the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act, which was 80 pages of activist-driven anti-police rhetoric. Since that bill passed, we have been unable to staff this department. We have lost over 700 police officers. The city is currently offering $25,000 hiring bonuses, $6,000 housing allowances, and nobody seems to want to line up to take this job. We have people retiring early, and half of the people that separate from this department are separating through resignation. No one wants to work here. The working conditions are absolutely miserable. The way the department makes up for this gap is through 2 million hours of mandatory overtime that's imposed on our members, which just increases the burnout, the frustration, and the attrition rate. So something needs to be done, and we're hoping that these federal agencies, when they come in and get some eyeballs on how bad these problems are, they can help us get these laws that the City Council passed at least amended, if not overturned.
Greg, the statistics that have been released by the city suggest the following. Violent crime compared to last year, down 26%. Homicide compared to last year, down 12%. Assault with a deadly weapon compared to last year, 20%. Do you believe those?
I do not believe those. I don't think those numbers are accurate. The reason being is that our members report to us, albeit anecdotal, it is quite a prevalent problem in that they respond to the scenes of the type of offenses you just mentioned. And inevitably, some management official, a captain, a lieutenant, sometimes even a commander, will show up on the scene and direct those officers to take a report for a lesser offense. They'll turn robberies into thefts. They'll turn stabbings into simple assaults. They'll turn shootings into injured person to the hospital cases. On top of that, there was a recent report by a local affiliate that showed that there was a police commander who was under investigation for manipulating crime stats. He's accused of going into police databases and changing felonies down to misdemeanors after the fact to keep crime stats low. Now, listen, I know that commander, and he's a very reputable, trustworthy guy. Our members trust him, and they look to him for leadership. I can't imagine that he did something like that maliciously. If he, in fact, did, I'm assuming that it's a directive from on high so that all commanders go into police databases and change police stats down so that city officials can report crime is down. I don't believe it is. Even if I stipulate that crime has gone down in those amounts that you just mentioned, 2023 was the most violent year we've had in 30 years. We had 297 homicides. We had 960 carjackings. The robberies, the shootings were off the charts. To report that crime is slightly down from there, while that's a positive development, it's nothing to take a victory lap about. We should not be celebrating a city that has 200 homicides per year that's this size. We need to try to drive those numbers as close to zero as possible. No one should be satisfied. No one should be normalizing 200 homicides.
Greg, I lived in this city in 1991 when there were 504 homicides, and the statistic comes from, or came from, the medical examiner's office. They would know how many bodies came through. 504 is a very large number. The president, in the context of this particular conversation, says crime in the district has never been worse. That is a statistical lie. It's not true. It has been worse. I lived here in the city when it was worse. Is the only remedy for where we are now federalizing MPD?
Well, let's look at those numbers, because you're absolutely right that there were 500 plus homicides in the early 90s. And the way that the department dealt with it was they hired an additional 1,000 police officers to get the staffing level up to 5,000 sworn Metropolitan Police Department officers who went out, did their jobs, and they were authorized to get bad guys off the street and put handcuffs on criminals and investigate violent crime. And by the time we got to the year 2000, those numbers were down below 200 homicides. Since then, we've gone from 5,000 police officers to 3,000 police officers, and we're standing eyeball deep in legislation that prohibits us from doing our job. So the fact of the matter is, you're right that the 1990s were much more violent, but I'm not satisfied that we're living in the nation's capital in 2025 with 200 homicides per year. And I think the way that we can get those numbers down as close to zero as we can is to have more police officers on the street and permit them to do their jobs so that we can actually get bad guys held accountable and get them sentenced to sentences that are commensurate with the crimes they've committed.
Is it your message, Greg, to the city council, if you want the feds to back off, hire more cops?
Our message to the council is that, look, you're managing a city that has the seat of the federal government here, that they often act like a babysitter. And I know that the district government does not want a babysitter, but if that's the case, they should not act like petulant children. The bills that they have passed are horrific. They're horrible. They have been written by activists. We have the empirical data that has devastated the police department and has caused crime to flourish. If they don't want the federal feds to be involved in criminal activity or in criminal enforcement, they should change those bills immediately. They should put an omnibus bill together and repeal everything that they pushed through in 2020 at the height of the anti-police rhetoric. That's my argument. I would prefer not to have federal involvement in law enforcement. I would prefer to have a proper number of police officers so that we could go out and do the job that we all signed up to do, which is keep these neighborhoods safe.
Greg Pemberton, I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Major, thank you.
Hours after Texas Democrats get a boost from former President Obama, the state's Republican governor sets round 2 of the redistricting fight in motion. Another special session. We're tracking that right here on The Takeout.
CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes! 60 minutes.
With a new season.
Okay, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business. Ain't you trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah. What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi. I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome back to the Takeout. The summit talks between Trump and Putin are continuing. We'll get back to that presently, I promise you. But here, for the moment, is a look at what else we and now you are watching this evening. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been indicted on federal corruption charges. It comes after allegations a businessman exchanged gifts with the mayor so she would fire a municipal employee. The Democratic mayor's legal troubles come after an alleged romantic relationship with her former security guard. Last July, that security guard was indicted on federal charges, including wire fraud and falsifying records in an attempt to cover up the romantic relationship. Aaron has become the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. The storm system is moving just north of the Caribbean islands. Tropical storm watches are in effect for that region. Forecast models, which are subject to change, shows Aaron has the potential to become a major Category 4 hurricane by early next week. Those models, again subject to change, indicate at present that it will move north and miss the U.S. East Coast. But please stay tuned to that. Former President Barack Obama has praised House Democrats in Texas over their efforts to thwart Republican redistricting in that state. During a virtual call, Obama was critical of the GOP efforts, calling them an assault on democracy.
I think we became a little bit complacent over the years. We assumed that things would continue to get better, that our democracy would become more inclusive, that it would become more fair. What we forgot is that history doesn't always move in a straight line, and it's not always 2 steps forward and another 2 steps forward. Sometimes it's 2 steps forward and a step back.
Former U.S. Attorney General and current chair of the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, Eric Holder, also spoke virtually with those Texas lawmakers. Hunter Woodall joins me now at the family table. So, Hunter, let's catch our audience up on what's happened today. Special Session 1, thwarted by the lack of a quorum, ended. Special Session 2, which Governor Greg Abbott vowed to start as soon as possible, has already commenced.
That's exactly right, Major. So Republicans are adamant they want to pass this redistricting plan, and they have all the power to do it. And essentially, once Texas Democrats come back, they get enough numbers, every sign is that Texas Republicans will be able to pass this. And that's sort of some of that political gravity we've talked about, where they had so much power. Democrats' only route to really denying them this was this quorum break. But also, they feel like now the Democrats have called national attention to this, and they feel like they've done their job to an extent. And that was where this call with former President Obama was so interesting. It was essentially him saying, you've done your part, you've really galvanized the country, you've gotten attention to this in a way that really has gotten people to look at this.
And it is believed that a sufficient number of House Democrats will return to the state, and this second special session will have a quorum. And in the not-too-distant future, this redistricting plan will be approved.
That's the expectation. Texas Democrats, they're still expecting to put up a fight over this, but they just don't have the numbers. And Texas Republicans, they've rallied around this because President Donald Trump wants to see this pass. And as we know, essentially with the Republican Party, if Trump wants to see something, Republicans usually fall in line and make it happen.
And Texas House Democrats who are looking at the state of California, under Governor Gavin Newsom and Democrats supportive of his efforts, have released a new map?
Not quite yet. We're still waiting to see what this map looks like. But the idea is, in Texas, Republicans are taking 5 Democratic seats and making them favorable to Republicans. We know that matters a lot because right now the majority in the U.S. House that Republicans have is essentially 3 seats. So this really could matter. The idea is California counters what Texas is doing. They're trying to take 5 Republican seats, we believe, and make them more Democratic. That's going to be a challenge, though, because some of these seats also, in any given year, they can go either way. And California does have a fair amount of Republicans. So both Texas and California, they're saying, hey, 5 seats here, 5 seats here. we don't really know what will happen.
There are always risks when you redistrict, especially in a midterm election cycle where there's a lot of attention. There could be a wave, and no redistricting I've ever seen can withstand a wave. Hunter Woodall, appreciate your time. Thanks so very much. Back over here to camera 2. The National Guard is about to be mobilized in another part of the country. Why Governor of Iowa is activating the National Guard there. You're going to find out what the reason is when we come back here on The Takeout.
CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes! 60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything.
I'm open to all of it.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
Doubtful.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome back to Takeout. Welcome to the Conversation Corner. While we have been focused, I'm sure you've noticed, on President Trump's deployment of the National Guard here in Washington, D.C., National Guard will soon be mobilized in a state in the Midwest. Iowa Republican Governor Kim Reynolds this week directed the state's National Guard to assist with immigration and customs enforcement operations. This will begin next month. Move has won the support of Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst.
They are not doing the law enforcement functions, but they're providing support to those agencies. I do fully support that, and I support President Trump's initiative to make sure that our country is safer and secure.
CBS News, Iowa station. This is in Des Moines, KCCI, a phenomenal affiliate of ours. Chief political reporter Amanda Rooker joins me now to discuss this and so much more going on in Iowa politics, because it's been a busy summer.
Very busy.
Talk to my audience about this move by the governor and how it's being received.
Yeah, well, it's not entirely surprising, Major. The governor in previous years has sent Iowa National Guard down to Texas to assist with immigration efforts. So it didn't shock the state necessarily that she would deploy Iowa National Guard in our own backyard in Iowa, although, as Senator Ernst mentioned, administrative logistics. Right. However, they haven't deployed yet. They deploy in September. We're already seeing, some impact of President Trump's immigration policies in Iowa. So it will be interesting to see if that accelerates with this deployment or not.
In my travels in Iowa, I came across those who said, yes, there are immigrants in Iowa, some of them undocumented, but they work in meat processing places, they work in agriculture, and they have incorporated themselves into our communities, and an ambivalence general about a super aggressive crackdown. Has that manifested itself in Iowa?
I mean, Iowa is the #1 hog producer in the country. I believe we have the 20 businesses, top meat processing businesses in the country are in Iowa, and certainly migrant labor is important to that sector and those businesses. So, I mean, the concern about that is real. Recently, there was 200 workers who were in Iowa through a humanitarian parole program that the president terminated. The meat processing plant told them that their legal status had been revoked and that they were going to be let go. And that, I mean, the impact of that can't be understated in terms of those people likely had kids in schools in that community. They had homes in that community, plus just the impact to the economy. If you lose 200 workers at a business, what does that do to the city? What does that do to the consumer at the plant? So there are lots of those questions. At the same time, I mean, many voters in Iowa in 2024 said border security was incredibly important to them. So there's a balance of they want the community to feel safe, but they don't want it to disrupt their local economy.
Non-Iowa caucus-related stuff. There's real stuff going on in Iowa right now. Open governor's race, open Senate race.
Incredibly busy. It's like the caucuses ended, and then boom, we were back to the political races. There's a lot going on.
So, very quickly, the Iowa Senate race, Joni Ernst.
Right.
Possibly.
She said within less than a month she's going to make an announcement
about whether she's going to seek re-election.
Right. She has a campaign manager, but she hasn't made an announcement yet.
And 5 Democrats have already jumped in.
Right. It's weird. I mean, we still have more than a year until the general election, and there are 5 Democrats running.
And 5 pretty serious Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 of them that have legislative experience that are known within the state, within the party. You have Jackie Norris, who was the former chief of staff to Michelle Obama, worked on Barack Obama's caucus campaign. And then you have a working class veteran Democrat. So lots of different flavors depending on where maybe the direction of the party goes.
And Governor Reynolds not running for re-election.
Right. And so that is generating a lot of interest and attention. I mean, there are no term limits for governors in Iowa. So if you can get in, you could potentially stay in that seat for a long time. And so an open seat race is generating a lot of buzz.
Someone I knew pretty well, Governor Terry Branstad, would tell you can stay there for a very, very long time. Amanda Rooker, it's so great to have you here. Thanks so much for coming by.
Thank you, Major.
We are live in Anchorage, Alaska. That's where the summit is. And we'll have the latest on those conversations between President Trump and President Putin when we come back.
CBS Sunday night. Here we go. The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes! 60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything.
I'm open to all of it.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Doubtful. I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome back. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are, as we have told you all this hour, meeting behind closed doors in Alaska. The two leaders are discussing, among other things, the war in Ukraine and other issues Putin is sure to try to wedge into the diplomatic and economic conversation. Nancy Cordes joins me now from Anchorage, Alaska. Catch us up on what we know so far. Nancy?
Well, Major, here's what we know. The president went into that small meeting with Vladimir Putin about 2 hours ago now. They both had two of their top foreign policy advisors with them on the Trump side. That's Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his special envoy and longtime friend, Steve Witkoff. He also had an interpreter. And that meeting is still going on, which means that this could go on for a while. This could go into the night because after this meeting, they're supposed to sit down for a meal. It was going to be lunch. Now it's more like an afternoon snack with a larger group that will include the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce, and other Russian officials. At the start of this, Russian officials predicted that this would go 6 or 7 hours, and it now looks like that is a possibility. What we do know is that once it all wraps up, President Trump and Putin will stand at those two podiums behind me if things go well and do a joint press conference. If things don't go well, in other words, if Putin doesn't show a willingness to compromise, doesn't show a serious interest in a ceasefire, then President Trump says he'll simply hold that press conference on his own and head back to Washington.
So one of the things, Nancy, you and the assembled reporters, as I gather, there are a great number of journalists there to cover this quite historic moment. Among the things you are first going to look at is the stage and whether the two podiums remain. And there are other military advisors to the president. I was just going through some of the notes conveyed to us by Margaret Brennan and others who have been added to the president's entourage to give him a military perspective if things really get highly specific about Ukraine.
Exactly, because while Putin has said things that indicate that theoretically he'd be open to a ceasefire, when it gets down to brass tacks, he has always resisted. And he has issued a long list of demands of his own that haven't changed much over time. And most of those demands are non-starters for the Ukrainians and more broadly for the Europeans. He wants an entirely new government installed in Ukraine that would be more friendly to the Russians. He wants the Ukrainians to hand over territory that he has claimed, even territory that he doesn't currently control. And so the question today will be, does he give up any of those demands? That would be a sure sign that he is ready to see this war draw to a close.
Nancy Cordes on the spot for us, as always, whether here or on the road with the president. Thank you so very much. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd joins me now. Sam, great to see you as always. Margaret Brennan sent us a note a moment ago talking to a top U.S. official there on site. How's it going, or what's the attitude? It's a toss-up, all up to Putin. How do you evaluate that?
Sleep tight, America. Well, in all seriousness, I hope that that's not true. Typically, heading into a meeting with not just a seasoned head of state, but a 15-year veteran of a foreign intelligence service, a president of the United States is going to prepare extensively and have a strategy for those meetings so that there's an even playing field. It is unclear what kind of preparations Donald Trump did for this meeting to avoid being exploited by President Putin. And it is a little concerning the longer these meetings drag on. Certainly, a restricted meeting between President Trump, President Putin, and their closest advisors is going to want to cover a lot of issues. But the longer that President Putin and President Trump talk, I am concerned that negotiations could drag on, and President Putin, who has a lot more experience in these bilateral restricted settings, could gain an upper hand.
And it has been said by many looking at this that what Putin wants to do is, yeah, Ukraine, and I want to add this and this and this and this, unrelated to Ukraine. And what President Trump and his advisors need to do is keep focused on Ukraine and try to get some specifics and some resolution there.
Well, and not just to get any specifics or any resolution, but to get good resolution. President Putin knows that President Trump has said since the campaign he could get a deal done quickly. So President Putin knows he could put a deal on the table. But, Major, the question is it a good deal? Is it a deal that is going to avoid us having a repeat of this in several years? Is it a deal that's going to allow President Putin to feel empowered to just roll through Ukraine for a third time and perhaps even further? So President Putin knows what President Trump wants out of this. And my hope is that President Trump consulted with some real Russia experts. I don't know who's left at the State Department with significant Russia expertise or on the National Security Council, but spoke with some real Russia experts to go into this meeting prepared with a strategy for how to handle Putin.
If my audience sees a headline that mentions the word ceasefire, what would you say to be cautious with about that terminology?
The terms of a ceasefire. What are they agreeing to stop doing, for how long, and who's verifying it? Putin has agreed to things in the past, and then he just blew through those arrangements. That's what President Zelensky alluded to in that famous February Oval Office meeting when President Trump got so angered. Putin agrees to things and then just breaks his promises. So we need to make sure it's a credible ceasefire with terms that don't just benefit Putin, but that also benefit the Ukrainians.
Sam Vinograd, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so very much. We're going to take a quick break. More on the summit, I promise you, when we get back. You're watching The Takeout.
CBS Sunday night.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
And what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes! 60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything.
I'm open to all of it.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet? None of your business. Ain't you trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah. What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research?
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome back. Politics, national security, diplomacy, it all comes through here at the Takeout. Republican strategist Kevin Sheridan joins me now. I want to talk to you about the summit because some in our audience know this, but those of you who don't, Kevin worked on Mitt Romney's campaign in 2012. And Mitt Romney said in that campaign that the largest strategic foe of the United States was
Russia.
And he was?
Mocked endlessly by Barack Obama and the entire Democratic Party and John Kerry, and they were cutting videos.
And do you believe he was vindicated
endlessly.
And has been vindicated?
Well, look, I think
in the context of this summit.
Yeah, I think China has, has become our biggest strategic threat by far. But at the time, he was saying that Russia was they were meddling. They were in our politics. They were in our geopolitical spaces, and they were messing with other countries, their neighbors. So that was the only point he was making in that debate. Barack Obama went on to totally mischaracterize it, but we are where we are.
That's what happens in politics, and we are where we are. So speaking of where we are, what do you think are the inherent risks, if any, for President Trump in Alaska right now?
Well, that he doesn't get any kind of a deal or even a second meeting. But it sounds like if they're going on this long, that it's probably a pretty productive discussion. I think the optics of this thing were quite incredible. Trump flew a B-2 stealth bomber over the head of Vladimir Putin the second he stepped off the jet. So incredible optics. I think the press conference that we're going to see questions is going to be fascinating.
If they're both there.
Yeah, if they're both there, and that will tell us a lot. Mm-hmm. Are they still talking, or did this go south?
Evaluate the MAGA base and Ukraine and what latitude the president does or doesn't have. Can he cut any deal he wants, or can he continue to buttress Ukraine if he's, in fact, unsatisfied with Putin and apply sanctions and go down that road?
Yeah, a lot of MAGA wants out of Ukraine completely. A lot of the Republican Party is going that way now. But he's the leader, and everybody in the Republican Party is still following his lead. They know that he's trying to get something done here. A ceasefire would be great if they can get that and then talks, an actual sit-down talks would be a huge win. And I think you're even hearing, people like Hillary Clinton saying if he can get a deal here, he's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, she said, to be clear,
she wants a pardon too.
she said, to be clear, if he can get Putin to agree to give back all the terrain the Russian military has captured, I will nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. And well, that's not going to happen. No. Neither one of those things are going to happen. But what's the upside for Trump here? Is there a potential for something that is...
Trump's a peacemaker. I mean, he's done this in 6, 7 other places now. Pakistan, India, Azerbaijan. So he really wants to be on that block, that peacemaker block. He wants that to be his entire legacy. He does not want to start new wars. He talks about it all the time, and he's trying to be,
You mentioned China when we first started this conversation. How do you think Beijing is viewing all of this?
Well, if he can break Russia from China a little bit, and that's probably what they're having some talks with, that's going to be a huge strategic win for the United States. They're watching closely. They still don't have a trade deal with that, and we all wait to hear how that's going to go. But yeah, I'm sure they've got all eyes on Anchorage right now.
Kevin Sheridan, he has the scars from 2012, but he looks great nevertheless. Kevin Sheridan, it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That is it. Oh, I'm over here at 1. Guy, you were doing this and that and this and that. It's okay. That's it for the Takeout today and for this week. We are awaiting what can only be described as a pretty highly anticipated press conference, if it happens, between President Trump and Russian President Putin. We'll bring that to you as soon as it happens, if it happens. In the meantime, the Daily Report picks up our coverage right now.
And welcome to the Daily Report on Friday, August 15th. I'm Nancy Chen, live from the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. Pivotal summit. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are holding talks in Alaska. How their meeting could potentially reshape the war in Ukraine. Plus, the red flags about collision dangers in the airspace around Washington's Reagan National Airport, where a deadly mid-air crash happened. And the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic season forms. We're tracking the path of Storm Erin.
Protesters are in Alaska voicing their concerns. The meeting marks the first time since Putin has been in the U.S. since 2015.
I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously.
President Trump, he's got to guard against making concessions to Putin that are going to alienate our European allies.
What he wants out of this conversation is to set the table for another one involving President Zelensky. The problem is it's not at all clear if that squares with what Putin is setting out to do.
A tug of war over control of a major American police department, and it ends up in a late Friday afternoon emergency court hearing.
Overnight, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi named the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration as Washington's Emergency Police Commissioner.
Mayor Muriel Bowser responded with a letter to the police chief saying the Bondi order was unlawful and that she should maintain control of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Consensus is dead. You cannot have a deal where all the countries who produce and export plastics and oil can decide the terms of what the deal is going to be.
More than 100 nations support not just recycling and cleanup, but also cutting plastic production and restricting toxic chemicals. Still, a major roadblock remains. The Trump administration opposes limits.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on this Friday. We begin in Anchorage, Alaska, where right now, President Trump and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, are in hour 3 of that closed-door meeting. Today's talks mark the first time President Putin has traveled to the U.S. in nearly a decade. And this is the 7th time those two world leaders have met face-to-face, but the first since Trump's return to the White House. It is also the first with a U.S. president since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The goal for Trump? Making progress on ending Europe's first major war since World War II. Now, in the days leading up to this, Russian forces breached Ukrainian defenses. This was near the key industrial region of Donetsk. Ukraine's President Zelensky is warning that Putin may be trying to give the impression that Russia's moving forward and Ukraine is losing ground. In the hours leading up to the summit, President Zelensky delivered an address saying Ukraine is ready to work productively toward bringing an end to the war. He also emphasized Ukraine is counting on a strong position from the United States. And right now, we are awaiting a joint press conference between those two leaders. Both Trump and Putin are expected to talk about their meeting before taking questions from the press. We have team coverage on this story. CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman is in Alaska, and CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd is in Washington. Willie, I'm going to start with you, though. What have you learned about President Trump's conversations with Putin thus far?
Hey there, Nancy. Good to be with you. Well, the two leaders have been speaking behind closed doors for a couple of hours now, and we're learning that what the original plan was for a one-on-one meeting with just only translators with both men in the room turned into a three-on-three meeting. That includes the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. It also includes Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy, as well. So that conversation expanded. We're learning that they're going to have a working lunch later with more officials in the room to hash out details of what President Trump wants, a ceasefire in Ukraine. We, of course, know that that is something that President Zelensky, other European leaders want as well. But the president, ahead of his conversation and meeting with Putin here in Alaska, said that he's not negotiating for Ukraine and that any potential land deal, as he mentioned a couple of weeks ago, any land swap is not up to him, that is ultimately up to the Ukrainians. But this welcoming ceremony with President Putin was a show of force by this president. You had a military jet fly over right over the head of President Putin and President Trump as they walked along that red carpet there for a photo op. We'll have to wait and see in terms of how this meeting turns out. But a big show of how it turns out is if both men show up for that press conference tonight, because President Trump has said that if this meeting didn't turn out the way that he wanted, that he would essentially just go back home and say, hey, good luck. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of who shows up for that press conference, if it's President Trump alone or if both men stand there and take questions, Nancy.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Willie, just to kind of guess at what's happening behind those closed doors right now. There was that sense that President Trump had said that he would be able to tell within the first couple of minutes if this was a successful meeting. What does it mean you think that we're now going into hour 3?
Yeah, it certainly means that they are having a substantive conversation. There's no shortage of things to talk about, including the situation in Ukraine, but also increased economic ties. Remember, President Putin is under those tough sanctions, the threat of those tougher sanctions that President Trump announced. He would perhaps want some closer ties with the U.S., and one way to stave off that is to work out a situation moving towards peace there in Ukraine, Nancy.
All right, Willie James Inman, thank you very much. We'll check in with you later. And CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd joins us now. Sam, when we look at this, what does this moment mean for potential progress to really be made between Russia and the United States and on Ukraine specifically?
Well, let's look at this from Russia's perspective. Russia is suffering an economic slowdown in light of pretty severe economic sanctions since their two invasions of Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. There are sanctions on Russian oil exports, which account for about a third of their budget revenues, and there are a range of sanctions on investment in Russia, export controls, and more. What Russia has to gain here is an opening to enhance bilateral economic ties with the United States, to remove sanctions, export controls, and to put more oil on global markets to help boost its economy. At the same time, Russia is hoping to gain at least tacit approval from President Trump to agree to some of Russia's security demands, like Ukraine never joining NATO, like the United States not allowing Ukraine to use U.S. long-range weapons to attack Russia, and getting Donald Trump's tacit approval that Russia can hold on to at least some of the territory that it seized in this war. So from President Putin's perspective, he likely has a very clear set of objectives for this meeting, while President Trump is hoping to walk away with some sort of signal that Putin is committed to some kind of a ceasefire.
Well, if the goal is a ceasefire, not perhaps from this initial meeting, but maybe that second meeting that President Trump has talked about with Zelensky at the table, if that goal is a ceasefire, at the same time, Russia is launching a new advance breaching parts of Ukraine's defenses we just talked about in eastern Ukraine in recent days. So where exactly does the war stand right now?
Well, the war stands at a horrific point. We have almost 1 million casualties suffered, huge losses on both sides, scores of Ukrainian children illegally abducted from Ukraine, taken into Russia. President Putin has committed war crimes. The litany of horrific incidents goes on. Russia is likely continuing their onslaught as these negotiations between the U.S. and Russia were about to start to show leverage and to show that it can and will continue what is really a war of attrition at this point to try to hold on to territory and perhaps get more. So we shouldn't expect Russia to stop fighting just because they're about to negotiate with Trump. And last point, Nancy, that I'll note is any ceasefire is not the same as a good, incredible ceasefire arrangement. President Putin knows that Trump wants to make a deal, but for the security of Ukraine, the security of Europe, and to ensure that Putin doesn't feel emboldened, it needs to be a good, credible deal with security guarantees to forestall any further Russian incursions in Ukraine, in Europe, and around the world.
Well, then specifically on that point, Sam, what would you be watching for in the days and the weeks ahead that might show some real progress coming out of this summit?
I'll be looking for a conversation between Putin and Zelensky and some sort of outline of a ceasefire arrangement that would include security guarantees by the United States and European allies.
All right, Sam Vinograd, thank you very much. We appreciate your insight.
Thanks.
In a programming note, we will have special coverage of the press briefing between those two leaders there in Alaska. It is set to take place after their meeting wraps. We saw some flurry of activity just now. We'll bring that to you live, though, when it does start right here on CBS News. The nation's capital has filed an emergency legal challenge to the Trump administration's federal takeover of its police department. Today, a federal judge heard initial arguments just hours after Attorney General Pam Bondi replaced the city's police chief with an emergency commissioner. What does that mean? Joining me now is CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson, who is also a Loyola Law School professor. Jessica, always a great pleasure to see you. What exactly is the district arguing in this new legal challenge?
So they're arguing a bunch of things. One, that the takeover, the so-called takeover of the police department itself is improper, that it improperly invades DC's power as a somewhat separate sovereign. And second, and I think this will be left for next week, they're arguing that the federal government cannot force the DC, the Metropolitan Police Department, to enforce immigration law. The arguments today were largely, while very consequential, were largely procedural in the sense of what the judge ultimately told the parties is that they needed to change the president's emergency order so that the police department was essentially a designee of the DEA. But I think they're leaving a little bit of vagueness as to whether or not the Trump administration can specifically say, we're taking over the DC Police Department. The last thing I would note is just a reminder for everybody that DC is not similarly situated to other states because DC is largely under the control of the federal government. So the federal government can do a lot more than they could, for instance, I'm speaking to you from California, where we just had a trial about similar issues.
Given that it is a rather a set of unusual circumstances for the district itself, could the outcome of this case have any impact if the administration does attempt to take control of other local police departments?
It's such an important question. I think it emphasizes what we were talking about before, which is the court in this case is emphasizing a federal statute called the Home Rule Act. And it's the same, it's a statute that kind of gave to DC, but also took away. It gave DC in some ways a separate government, but it also reminded DC that they are not like another state and that they are under the control of the federal government in many ways. And so there's one section of this federal statute we've been talking about, Section 740, and it, in my view, is a broad grant of authority to the president that would allow the president to, for lack of a better term, take over control of the Metropolitan Police Department to help enforce federal laws. Now, your question about what would this mean for other states, we don't have the Home Rule Act for other states. So the reasoning could be somewhat persuasive. Other courts might look, but it wouldn't be anything like binding authority. We're not looking at the same statutes that the president would use for other states.
All right, Jessica Levinson, thank you very much. It is the first hurricane of this year's Atlantic season. We are tracking the path of Hurricane Erin and which areas are now on high alert. Plus, years before a mid-air disaster, red flags about dangerous conditions around Reagan National Airport. What a CBS News analysis is revealing. The Daily Report returns in 60 seconds.
can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
Reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
Ta-da! And truly original reporting.
I'm in on this.
There's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday Morning.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Well, here's a live look in Anchorage, Alaska, where President Trump and Russian President Putin are meeting to discuss the war in Ukraine. The pair expected to hold a joint press conference after those talks end. We've seen a flurry of activity just within the past couple of minutes. And as soon as this press conference does start, we will bring it to you live as soon as it kicks off. Erin has strengthened into the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic season. This is a look at the path of that storm, which is expected to continue gaining strength, and potentially grow into a major Category 4 hurricane. People living in the Caribbean have been put on high alert. Right now, forecasts are showing it remaining well offshore of the U.S. East Coast as it passes by early next week. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott today reset the state's redistricting fight, calling for a second special session. And it comes the day after House Democrats got a boost from former President Obama.
I want all of you to be returning feeling invigorated and know that you have helped to lead what is going to be a long struggle. We cannot take our freedoms and our democracy for granted.
In Texas, the chamber met for that special session today, but was again unable to meet quorum. The State House Speaker has called on members to return to work now on Monday. And Finn Gomez joins us now. He is CBS News' Executive Director of White House and Politics. Finn, very good to see you.
Good to see you.
Texas lawmakers still couldn't vote again today, but at least one Democrat has announced that she will return. Still, though, unclear when the House could finally reconvene. So what happens now?
There's been this long political drama that we've been following for 2 weeks now, but it seems to be ending here, Nancy. Texas Democrats have basically two demands. One, to end the current special session that Texas Governor Abbott had called for to pass their new congressional map, which adds about 5 Republican-friendly seats, and two, the California Governor Gavin Newsom and California Democrats formally initiate their own proposed redraw of their congressional districts in their state to counter those expected Republican gains. Abbott ended that special session early, as you mentioned, but immediately called for a new session with the exact same agenda. In California, we now expect Democrats to officially present the new maps and push for a special election in November. We already know that, as you mentioned, one Texas Democrat is returning to the Lone Star State. But if you recall, like over 50 Texas Democrats left the state to protest those maps. But even though it's a Pyrrhic victory here, Nancy, a top Texas congressional lawmaker told me this is a political win for Texas Democrats because they have nationalized this issue. They've taken it to other states and have demonstrated their ability to fight back. I do expect, Nancy, that once California does formally initiate these proposed maps, we should see those Texas Democrats coming back probably next week.
All right, we'll look forward to that. Finn Gomez, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
No deal on the horizon in the fight against plastic pollution. Why international treaty negotiations failed and what happens now. You're watching The Daily Report.
Ready?
Yeah.
You ready? And 1, 2, 3.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly. Look at this outfit.
Amazing.
Give me some love, baby.
We got a toy. Look at this.
Oh, no.
Clearly fun.
Hi, Otis. Hi.
smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech, and more.
Clearly uplifting. I'm getting goosebumps right now.
Oh, my heart is soaring.
I got one. Ooh, okay, what do you got? I can't wait. Ooh.
The light bulb went off right here. I saw it go.
Okay, watch this. CBS Mornings is clearly brighter.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
It's a bright way to start your day.
Sunshiny day.
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
This is CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Back, President Trump and Russian President Putin currently, of course, holding those talks in Alaska. And what you're looking at here is a live look inside the Air Force Base in Anchorage as we await for the pair to hold a joint press conference after those talks end. And as soon as that begins, we will take it to you live. Air Canada has been canceling flights ahead of a possible strike that threatens to be a massive disruption for thousands of travelers. And that includes ripple effects here in the United States. The airline's 10,000 flight attendants are expected to walk off the job just after midnight. Their union is arguing for better pay, saying Canada's largest carrier pays its flight attendants less than its competitors do. Air Canada is expecting a full shutdown Saturday morning, and that would affect some 130,000 customers per day. A CBS News data analysis is revealing some red flags about collision dangers in the airspace around Washington's Reagan National Airport. And we're learning that for a year leading up to January's deadly mid-air crash over the Potomac River, there were close encounters between helicopters and aircraft nearly every day. Chris Van Cleve has more on those findings.
In the year leading up to this tragic moment, where an Army Black Hawk helicopter collides with an American Airlines regional jet, killing 67 people, helicopters came within 500 feet of other aircraft at least 99 times, or about twice a week, around Washington's Reagan National Airport. And PSA, the airline operating American Flight 5342, experienced close encounters with helicopters more than 4 times a week on average over a 52-month period, more than any other airline. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy last month.
Why did it take 67 lives to be lost and families who are just destroyed forever to understand what was occurring?
CBS News analyzed data from 2 FAA studies released as part of the NTSB investigation into the crash. Those studies prompting this question to the FAA during last month's investigative hearing.
What I'm trying to figure out is, how do we not find this out after an accident?
None of the airlines had identified any of the risk here. The Army hadn't identified the risk here, and we hadn't identified the risk here.
In the area where the collision occurred, helicopters were limited to a maximum altitude of 200 feet. But last year, 1 in every 10 exceeded that limit while flying directly in front of the runway Flight 5342 was about to land on. Former NTSB Chair Robert Sumwalt.
And maybe this did become the norm, that helicopters and airplanes were routinely operating closely together, so therefore It just looked like noise in the data, that people really were not taking it as a serious risk. And as we now know, the risk was unacceptable.
The FAA says it's developing new AI tools it hopes will spot patterns like the ones missed over Washington.
Chris Van Cleve, CBS News.
Global talks aimed at ending the plastic pollution crisis have failed once again. After 11 days of work at the United Nations office in Geneva, delegates remain deadlocked over a possible treaty. Key points included whether the agreement should focus on reducing plastic production and legally binding controls on toxic chemicals used to make new plastic. But today, instead, nations, they adjourned with no deal and no immediate plans to resume talks. Bjorn Bieler joins us now. He is the executive director and the international coordinator for the International Pollutants Elimination Network. Bjorn, thanks so much for being with us here. Disappointing news to be sure for so many. A lot of people point to recycling as a solution for plastic pollution, but are these recycling efforts actually keeping up with this growing amount of plastic that we're seeing produced every year?
No, they're not. I mean, recycling is broken. There's a reason why we're only recycling 5 to 10% of the plastics, because it's not economically viable. Most people put the plastics into the bin. They don't know where it goes from there. And when it goes into the system, it's very difficult to make used plastics into new plastics. And part of the reason for that is when you make plastics, you have carbon, which is mainly oil and gas, and you have chemicals. Many of those chemicals are harmful, and it's difficult to put those two materials back again together to make new plastic materials. So really, it's much cheaper to make new plastics than to try to recycle plastics. Although we think about we should be recycling, recycling really moves the responsibility from the producers of plastics to you and I. That responsibility shifts once we talk about recycling from them to us, and we're really left with the bill.
Still, it does not seem promising to hear that there are no immediate talks or immediate plans to resume talks. What are the issues with reaching a consensus on this, and what needs to change about this process in trying to pass a deal?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we've met several times, multiple times across the globe, and what consensus means is everyone has to agree to have a decision. So some countries definitely do not want to have a treaty. They do not want to have an agreement. They want to continue to produce plastics and extract oil and gas out of the ground to make plastics. And so if they do not want a deal, how can you make a deal when the majority of the world wants to get control on this escalating plastic production as oil and gas shifts from energy markets to material markets? It's very difficult. So there will be another meeting. It's not clear when there will be, but there will be another meeting, because one thing for certain is the crisis is not going away. It's just getting larger. So you're going to actually get into a decision where if not everybody is on board, the process will continue, and those who are not on board are going to miss out.
We're talking about this from such a macro level. I think a lot of people at home are also wondering if they're not figuring anything out over there in Geneva, what can people do in their everyday lives then?
Yeah, everyday lives. I mean, try to avoid buying plastics is the simple thing. You can change to buy different types of materials, glass and metal. You can replace than plastic materials. Try to reduce single-use plastics. But the problem is there's so much plastic on the market. When you go into a store to buy something, everything is covered in plastic. You have no pick which materials you're going to buy. So try to avoid it, but it's a much larger issue. You can't simply avoid it yourself single-handedly. And when you're putting more plastics on the market, it's very difficult to avoid it.
Well, Bjorn Bieler, we really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Rebuilding home 2 years after tragedy. We'll take you back to Maui with a look at how the hard-hit city of Lahaina is recovering. Plus, we continue to wait for President Trump and Russian President Putin to speak after meeting there for talks about the war in Ukraine. We'll bring that to you live as soon as they step to the podium. You're watching The Daily Report.
Ready? Yeah. You ready? And 1, 2, 3.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly. Look at his outfit.
Amazing.
Give me some love, baby.
We got a toy. Look at this. Oh, no!
Clearly fun.
Hi, Otis. Hi. Smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech,
and more. clearly uplifting.
I'm getting goosebumps right now. Oh, my heart is soaring.
I got one. Ooh, okay. What do you got? I can't wait. Ooh.
It's a light bulb went off right here. I saw it go.
Okay, watch this. CBS Mornings is clearly brighter.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
It's a bright way to start your day.
Sunshiny day.
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
This is CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back here. We are just moments away now from President Trump and Russian President Putin. We're told holding a press conference, a joint press conference at that there at Elmendorf-Richardson Air Force Base there in Alaska. And of course, they are meeting right now to discuss Russia's almost 4-year war against Ukraine, the 7th time the two leaders have met and the first time Putin has stepped onto U.S. soil in a decade. This conversation, this meeting behind closed doors has now been going on for about 3 hours. And as soon as this press conference does start, we'll toss it now to a CBS News special report.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson with Margaret Brennan in Anchorage, Alaska. Some of you are expecting the CBS Evening News, but we are interrupting because President Trump and President Vladimir Putin of Russia are about to speak to reporters after today's summit.
And today's meeting closed doors, and it lasted about 3 hours. President Trump was joined in that room by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Vladimir Putin had 2 of his top foreign policy advisors, and we are looking at the room here, John, where you can see the press is assembling, and right there, Kirill Dmitriev, one of the top advisors to Vladimir Putin. We're looking at the back of his head. It looks like this is about to start imminently.
And since it is, let's jump to Nancy Cordes right away because we may not be able to talk to her for a long while. Nancy, what do you know?
Well, John and Margaret, as Kirill Dmitriev, who you were mentioning, Margaret, walked into the room, reporters swarmed around him because everyone is trying to figure out exactly what is going on, why this press conference is suddenly taking place sooner than expected, before the second of 2 planned meetings has even taken place. Reporters wondering whether something has gone badly, and so the meetings are wrapping up early, or perhaps whether President Trump and President Putin have a major breakthrough to announce and wanted to tell the world about it right away, or perhaps President Trump is just aware that it is 6:30 on the East Coast and he wants to talk to reporters and the country before it gets too late on a Friday night. All of those are possibilities. The fact that Russian officials are in the room and that we saw a Russian aide testing out the microphone at one of the podiums would indicate that President Trump is going to appear side by side with Vladimir Putin, which is not something you would anticipate would happen if things were going badly. So that is a positive sign.
All right, Nancy, let's bring in now Ambassador John Sullivan. He served in Moscow during the first Trump administration, and he was also former U.S. Deputy Secretary of State. Ambassador, the benchmark for success had been set at ceasefire. What are you listening for in these first few moments when the leaders begin speaking?
Well, you've hit the first issue, Margaret, ceasefire. The second one is, when is someone going to talk to Zelensky? If there's going to be peace, if there's going to be a real ceasefire, the Ukrainians and Zelensky have to be intimately involved. So when's the meeting with Zelensky? What's next? Putin just saying there's going to be a ceasefire doesn't really mean that much. It's going to take a lot to implement, and it's going to require the Ukrainians' participation.
Ambassador, if you were running the show here, would you make a call to Zelensky, let him know what happened? In other words, keeping him close to the negotiations and quelling that fear that they have in Europe and that he certainly has, which is that his fortunes are being carved up in Alaska and he's not at the table?
Well, certainly if I were serious about trying to get peace in Ukraine, I would still stay close to President Zelensky and keep him involved, because, as I said before, the participation of the Ukrainians is going to be key. It was the Ukrainians themselves, so led by Zelensky, who successfully resisted the original Russian invasion. They're going to have to be satisfied with whatever Putin and President Trump have discussed, so they've got to be involved, and sooner rather than later.
And Ambassador, it's about 1:30 a.m. right now in Kyiv, Ukraine. You have to be betting that Volodymyr Zelensky is waiting for that call. We know European leaders had said they did expect to hear from President Trump. They just didn't know when. I called a number of ambassadors trying to find that out and was told that I perhaps was assuming too much of a strategy, that all of this is very, very dynamic. What does that mean in this context? With complexity and then sort of being, making some of these decisions on the fly, is there a risk here?
Well, sure, there's a risk of miscommunication, messages not being delivered that should have been. But it's all, I think, stems from this very extemporaneously organized meeting between the two presidents. They haven't adhered to the schedule. They're having this press conference now. It's really being done on the fly.
Mm-hmm. Let's bring in senior foreign correspondent Deborah Pata. Deborah, you are in Europe. Of course, everybody's it's in the middle of the night there, but surely diplomats are watching what we're about to see here.
They certainly are. I'm sure they're glued to their television sets like the rest of us, waiting to see. Nobody expected it to finish this early, John. In fact, people were anticipating, maybe having a little snooze in between or something, waiting, because they expected it to go on for 6 to 7 hours was some of the things that we've heard about this. And what those European leaders are going to be looking for is whether or not President Trump has managed to guide President Putin in terms of the 5 principles that they discussed in a call with President Zelensky earlier this week. And key to that is, firstly, refusing to discuss any peace terms like swaps of land between Russia and Ukraine before a ceasefire is put in place. They said that Ukraine would be willing to discuss changes in territory, including ceding some land to Russia, but that it would not discuss legally recognizing Russia's occupation of parts of the country once that ceasefire had been put in place. And they also wanted some kinds of security guarantees for Ukraine after the war. Now, whether they even got that far in this meeting remains to be seen. What they're also hoping for is a call from President Trump to, firstly, Zelensky and possibly to some of those European leaders to say what the next step is. And that could be a meeting as early as the next few days. That's if, again, the talks manage to get that far, John.
And we do know, John, that there is already talk of a trilateral meeting, but that happened before this began. President Trump saying, hey, maybe it'll be here in Alaska. But as I was reminded, President Zelensky can't get here that quickly. So it's not going to happen tonight. It is the middle of the night there, and he can't fly out.
Also, I'd be interested in some of our contributors' views on this. But the image of your Zelensky, of coming to the place where your fortunes were discussed by the American president and the Russian president, it puts you in a different posture. And you could imagine that not being something he would rush to do unless it was a really good deal, because there will be the suspicion that whatever deal has been brokered is not to Ukraine's advantage.
Well, let's bring in national security contributor for CBS News, Samantha Vinograd. Samantha, you served in the last administration that threw every piece of sanction they could at President Putin to try to dissuade him from continuing this war. Financial punishment didn't work. What will?
The only thing that is ultimately going to work over the long term, Margaret, is financial pressure. That is largely based upon the fact that for President Putin, seizing and maintaining control over territory in Ukraine is an existential issue. President Putin is committed to the idea of Mother Russia that is commensurate with the USSR and in certain degrees with the empire that fell in 1917. So for President Putin, agreeing to relinquish territory in Ukraine, again, is an existential issue. And the only thing that is going to change that in his mind is sustained economic pressure. And you are right, the Biden administration did throw a lot of sanctions at at Russia. President Obama, whom I've served under as well, also put sanctions on Russia. But the reality is that the Russian economy has started to slow. Growth this year is projected only about 1% as energy exports are declining, the budget deficit is widening, and the economy is stagnating, if not leaning towards recession. So sanctions have to be sustained and they have to be enhanced. So I will be watching to hear whether President Trump and President Putin discuss any lessening of economic sanctions. We know that President Putin wants that. Or if President Trump puts on the table his real Trump card, which is enhanced sanctions against countries that continue to buy Russian oil, like China, like Turkey. So I'll be very attuned to whether there is an economic component of this press conference.
Samantha Vinograd, thank you. Let's go back to Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, we understand there's been a little bit of a schedule flip here between the lunch and the press conference. What do you know?
Correct. And the question is, what's the significance? Because the way this day was supposed to play out was that President Trump was going to hold a smaller, more intimate 3-on-3 meeting with President Putin first. 2 Trump advisors, 2 Putin advisors, including the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. That meeting did take place. It's lasted 2.5 to 3 hours. And then they were supposed to move into a larger lunch session that included more officials like the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary, the Defense Secretary on the White House side, and then more Russian officials as well. What's unclear at this point is whether plans have flipped and the press conference is just going to take place now because there is some news that the president and President Putin want to share immediately, or if that second large meeting is going away entirely. That's the question we've been posing to White House officials, to Russian officials who are here in the room, but we haven't gotten an answer yet.
All right, Nancy Cordes there in that loud press conference room. I want to go back to John Sullivan, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Ambassador, apparently the current Russian ambassador to Washington said to his media, there is a toxic legacy from the previous administration, but now the tone of communication with the American side is working and result-oriented. How do you interpret that other than saying it was a friendly past 3 hours?
Well, certainly there is a toxic legacy created by Putin and his government, brutally invading Ukraine, waging an aggressive war, killing large numbers of innocent people. So, yeah, I mean, what Putin and his government have done is toxic. President Trump is committed to try to make peace in Ukraine. He's going about it by inviting Putin here to the United States, welcoming him on a red carpet. We'll see if that ultimately succeeds. I'm skeptical because I believe Putin is not going to change his war aims, which is to subjugate Ukraine, his war aim, without substantially more pressure, economic pressure, and convincing Putin that the West is going to continue to support Ukraine militarily so that Ukraine can continue to successfully resist the Russian military's incursion.
Ambassador, just to reset and put things in context, the pursuing peace is the word splashed on the background up there for the press conference we're expecting. Vladimir Putin could pursue peace by just stopping his invasion.
Of course, we've been saying that in the Biden administration. The United States government has been saying that for years. This war could end right now if the Russian military stopped its aggression. This is a war that was started by Putin without justification and has been waged in a brutal and aggressive way. It could stop today if Putin decided to do so. He hasn't made that decision. He is still pursuing his war aims. He has to be pressured to change his mind, and so far, the United States has not applied pressure to Putin to make that change.
Ambassador, I want to ask you quickly, though, one thing that has changed in the language, particularly from the NATO Secretary General who joined me last Sunday, he started saying de facto versus de jure. I know that sounds like Latin gibberish, but he was talking basically about a diplomatic way to sort of say, OK, maybe hold on to some of that territory. We won't officially legally recognize it. We'll leave it up to negotiation in regard to what happens with withdrawal of troops. Tell us what we need to be listening for here when it comes to that eastern part of Ukraine.
Well, particularly with the eastern part of Ukraine and the Donbass and Crimea, the president has, and his administration, President Trump, has suggested that the United States may be willing to go so far as to say, to concede, not only in fact does Russia control that territory, but that lawfully it is now part of the Russian Federation, which Putin claims. It's been the position of the West that the most that the West would concede for Putin is that there would be de facto recognition that, of course, the Russian military is occupying this territory, but not doing so lawfully. The key that we have to look for is that there's no concession by the administration that somehow Putin's aggression is committing the war crime, the crime against peace, waging an aggressive war to seize territory, is going to be recognized by the United States government as a lawful acquisition of that territory. That would be an extraordinary thing.
Help people understand why that would be an extraordinary thing, the global stakes of that, and the historical line that appears to cross, which is that sovereign nation. Oh, we see some reporters in the room standing. I don't want to. We may be very close, but what kind of a line that historically would cross in terms of the norm that boundaries of nations are supposed to not be, sovereign nations are not supposed to be attacked?
Well, think about this, John. In 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Iraq invaded Kuwait. The UN Security Council voted to authorize military force to expel Iraq from Kuwait because one nation can't invade another to seize that nation's territory. That was passed multiple resolutions by the UN Security Council. In the United States, President George H.W. Bush organized a large coalition of countries to expel Iraq from Kuwait and defend the proposition that aggressive war that's waged to seize another country's territory, cannot be accepted. If the United States recognizes today that Putin lawfully seized Crimea and the Donbass, the territory that they have, it will turn that notion, that proposition on its head.
We know that envoy Steve Witkoff has entered that room, John. That's what that flurry of activity was. We're watching one by one some of these top advisors enter the room, which means the presidents are getting close, and we would expect questions to go to both leaders, Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump here. Ambassador Sullivan, what's the first question you would ask Vladimir Putin?
Well, he's already been asked some questions, and we saw them some earlier today. Are you willing to
He pretended he didn't hear.
Exactly. He pretended he didn't hear. He understands English, and he heard. Are you willing today to declare that you will stop killing innocent Ukrainians? You'll stop the attacks on Ukraine. Will you stop today? President Trump has said that's his measure of success. Are you going to meet President Trump's standard?
Just to update viewers on where we are, President Putin and President Trump have met for more than 2 hours. We have heard that they're done. We've seen President Putin certainly walking through the hallway. They are done with that portion of the day. We are awaiting the two presidents to step to the podiums for a joint press conference, and then they are, we understand, to have lunch, the broader meeting with more advisors after this press conference. But we are all here waiting for the two of them to walk out. It could happen really at any moment. And you see members of the audience there, both officials.
There's Steve Witkoff walking across the room.
Filtering in, as well as reporters popping up in anticipation. So we may very well be moments away.
You know, we are reading every headline the Kremlin is putting out, and they are doing so furiously, John. And the Russian media, heavily influenced by the state there. The defense minister just told reporters he was in an excellent mood after the talks. From what we know, though, it's just the 3x3, the Secretary of State, and the president and Envoy Witkoff, who just walked across the screen. The military advisors who flew in, and that was a last-minute ad, as far as we know, they haven't joined the conversation, and that will be interesting. Do we hear at this podium that there is an announcement to keep talking and to speak about what a ceasefire looks like, and to have at that table not just the Secretary of Defense, not just the top military advisor to the president, but the supreme allied commander who also commands U.S. troops? That's a very big statement to reassure Europe as well.
Right. And also what will be interesting is how much weight they offer. In other words, you and I talked about this earlier, analysts saying that Putin will be convinced to move away from his previous positions by a credible, essentially, threat from the U.S. And are the military advisors there to carry that out, or is it a part of another part of an inducement? One of the things I'm watching for in this press conference is President Trump, in many world leader press conferences, will continue the negotiation in public and try to lock in some gains by saying things in public and essentially asserting that the rival or the alternate world leader has already agreed to them. It's not a sign of respect, but it is effective. And we'll see which of the two, if he engages in any of that today.
What we're seeing here, again, this is all Russian media. The White House is not really sharing any information. We cannot verify this, but what the Russian press is putting out in Russian language is saying that the U.S. and Moscow have prepared documents to restore direct air communication with the United States. The Russian ambassador is here and talking to press and talking about normalizing diplomatic relations, such as returning confiscated diplomatic properties. There's really valuable property throughout this country.
Notably, nothing about anything yet from the Russians about Ukraine.
Not in these statements so far.
And explain to people what those statements are about. They're shaping the environment in which events are going to take place.
Absolutely. So saying we got something for coming here, but another caveat, emphasize that there are no major breakthroughs yet. So changes in visa negotiations. So it sounds like some of the U.S.-Russia business may be handled here, but the big issue, Ukraine and the future of European security, we aren't seeing anything from the Russian narrative come out so far.
Nancy Cordes, who is there in the room as we all await. Oh, that's Lavrov, is it?
Yes.
Yes, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, taking his place. Nancy, the American officials, can you see them? What's their posture?
Yes, we see the president's White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, has entered the room. The Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here as well. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt. So this is an obvious indication, John, that the time for the actual press conference is drawing near. They haven't given anything away. We've been trying to read whatever we can into their comings and goings. But the reality is, A, we don't know what the president plans to announce, and B, we don't know if he's going to announce what the Europeans and the Ukrainians are waiting to hear, which is that Russia has agreed to or moved closer to a ceasefire after 3.5 years of war.
And we've been told that we're in under 2 minutes, probably under a minute now, before the two presidents take the podium. Everybody is aligned in the room. Is that Marco Rubio?
Yes, Secretary of State Rubio, who during his time in the Senate, John, you know this well, longtime Russia hawk, has been a longtime supporter of Ukraine, but is now fully behind the president's policy. And we have to hear what the specifics of it are. But he has been trying to reassure European allies that Ukraine's future won't be carved up at a table in Alaska, but rather at a future one between Ukraine and Russia, where they at least have a negotiation themselves.
Senator Rubio, highly critical of previous American presidents, usually in the other party, in measuring the gap between their rhetoric and the actual strength of their opposition to the Putin regime. So it'll be interesting now that he's got a handle of that brief himself. And fortunately, you'll be talking to him on Sunday. So there's much to discuss.
Well, certainly. And the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is sitting there. As we were hearing from Samantha Vinograd, you know, one of the main weapons used by the United States, because we are not, the United States is not party to the war in Ukraine, but they have unleashed at least a good part of the strength of the U.S. dollar and financial system to hurt Vladimir Putin in the pocketbook. But one of the results of that has also been that Vladimir Putin has grown a lot closer to Xi Jinping of China, one of America's, really America's #1 adversary, according to the Trump administration's worldview. And that is something that President Trump has said he would like to end. We see them now, Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump taking the podiums.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, businesslike and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here. And I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That concludes the press conference with President Trump and President Putin, in which they took no questions from the press.
Really more, press statements, I guess.
Press statements. That was not according to plan. Vladimir Putin spoke first. He talked about nascent progress. He talked about turning the page with the United States, at times getting almost elegiac as he talked about the international dateline and stepping from yesterday into tomorrow. But with all of that, he gave nothing away in terms of any progress that might have been made on the key key questions, and neither did President Trump, who said he has a fantastic relationship with President Putin, whom he called Vladimir. Thank you very much, Vladimir. He basically ended his remarks by saying he said there had been progress, but he wouldn't say on what. And he did say that there is one very significant issue that remains outstanding. He gave no indication of that, and I now turn to Margaret Brennan, who is with me. The president also said he would check in with NATO and Vladimir Zelensky. But on that one question that remains outstanding, he says very big. What do you assume that is?
Well, the one thing he told us to expect was a ceasefire. We heard nothing about that, John. We didn't hear any description of any form, even a modified one. There had been speculation that you might see, for example, a halt to aerial activity, the kind of drone attacks or missile attacks on cities you've been seeing of late, and let that war in the East continue with tanks and soldiers. Nothing. We didn't hear any of that. And you heard from President Trump a reference instead back to his own political travails, so to speak. He talked about Russiagate, that reference to the intelligence community and the bipartisan Senate findings that Russia did interfere in the 2016 election. That is such a thorn in the president's side. It bothers him so greatly, and it comes up anytime you hear Russia mentioned. So for him, there's almost, you almost hear this kinship as he was describing it with Vladimir Putin, saying, well, he understood it was a hoax. Right. I knew it was a hoax. All the intelligence officials were wrong.
One of the many ways he was testifying to the strength of their relationship. Nancy Cordes is in the room. Nancy, you didn't get a question, but then again, nobody else did either.
Right, and therefore you can't really call that a press conference. It's unclear what that was, because President Trump and President Putin came out. They spoke highly of each other. President Trump vaguely referred to progress that had been made in one area in particular. But he didn't even say what that area was. He said he was going to call his European counterparts and let them know, and then he thanked Vladimir Putin, and they walked off the stage. And it is going to be difficult for them to avoid the perception that this was meant to enable Vladimir Putin to stand side by side with President Trump behind the podiums on stage, without then having to take any questions from Western journalists, because all day long here in Alaska, reporters have been shouting questions at Putin, shouting questions like, why are you targeting civilians? And why should anyone trust you? And he has either made a gesture to indicate that he can't hear or that he can't understand. In any event, he hasn't answered those questions. But that would have been tough to continue to do if he was standing there behind the podium, having those questions translated for him in real time. So both men have now left the stage. We don't know if President Trump is going to come back later on his own and give us more information. We don't know how significant any of this progress really is. We'd like to ask White House officials, but they left the room just as quickly as President Trump did.
And what Nancy is describing there, John, is just a continuation of the breaking of the norms that we have seen. One thing of note, it is traditional for the host country, their leader, to speak first when you are bringing in a foreign leader. It was also interesting to see President Trump defer to President Putin and say, no, you go first. And it was almost, as you were watching his face, like he was hearing for the first time some of the things Vladimir Putin was saying, listening to hear a direction there. But the substance wasn't there in terms of ceasefire, the one thing we were told that we needed to listen in for. Now, we don't know, because they didn't tell us in this context. Does that mean that will be negotiated later today by the military advisors? Or are we done? Is President Trump heading back to Washington earlier than planned? Is that trilateral summit with Vladimir Zelensky going to happen? We don't know any of that. And one of the reasons why we keep coming back to the experts in the room idea is, as Ambassador Sullivan was describing to us, the two men sitting next to Vladimir Putin have been doing this a really long time. The two men standing next to Donald Trump are very new to diplomacy, as is this president. And they have held information so closely in that circle that all the institutions that are built up there to support with the, well, did you think of this? And if he says this, this is what he really means. That expertise that the United States has built up over long is lacking. That may sound like busy work, but it's actually important to play things out. And I know Ambassador Sullivan is one of those people because he was a career in the Foreign Service and knows, and he is listening in here. Ambassador Sullivan, this was all quite unusual. Can we say anything was achieved today?
You know, Margaret, my reaction is, I'll quote a political expression from the last century. This was a nothing burger. I mean, where's the beef? There's nothing there. They could have issued these statements on Inauguration Day, January 20th of this year. It's now the middle of August. The Trump administration keeps talking about wanting to get a signal from President Putin about whether he's serious about peace. Putin said nothing today concretely that would indicate that he is serious about achieving peace in Ukraine. Margaret, as you said, if this is all that happens, if this statement is it, there aren't going to be further meetings, there aren't going to be further briefings, et cetera. It was a whole lot of to do about nothing.
But we had heard from the president he'd know in the first 2 minutes, John, whether a deal was possible. They talked for two and a half hours or more. And I don't know the answer to this.
Right. We certainly didn't get the answer to that from what we just saw. You can imagine a range of possibilities. One is, as the president said, no, there isn't a deal until there's a deal, which is to say nothing is decided until everything's decided, to use another political phrase. So it could be thorny issues to go, but they made progress. One thing that hasn't yet happened is Vladimir Putin got the extremely warm welcome, and he got the very cordial treatment by the president, as Margaret outlined, in this experience that took place in front of the press. We don't dare call it a press conference. What didn't yet happen, I don't think, is President Trump did not repeat some of the talking points that Vladimir Putin has offered about who started the war, that kind of thing. And that was, in terms of the fears, Ambassador Sullivan, that the Europeans would have had. First of all, what's your interpretation of how they read this? But also, they were worried that he would come out with an agreement, President Trump would agree to something that really put Ukraine in a bad position. That has not yet happened.
Sure. So the downside, the major downside has been avoided. But if we take President Trump at his word that he would know in the first few minutes whether President Putin was serious about peace, the fact that they met for 2.5, maybe 3 hours, and now have this press conference, is that an indication that President Trump believes that Vladimir Putin is seriously interested in peace in Ukraine? I've seen no evidence to support that proposition. It may be the president's intuition, but there's no evidence to support that. In fact, all the evidence is to the contrary.
And we want to bring back into the conversation CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. Sam, President Trump has been speaking quite a lot about what he wanted out of this meeting today. He said there would be big consequences if Vladimir Putin didn't do what he wanted. And we know that was ceasefire. So we heard nothing about consequences for failing to achieve either. It's hard to know if this was a way of avoiding saying, I can't get a deal here, or is something else? Is there a strategy that you can discern from this?
I can't quite discern a strategy. Ending a war certainly does take time, which is something that President Trump did not seem to recognize on the campaign trail over the last few months when he said he could end this war quickly. And I agree wholeheartedly with Ambassador Sullivan that this was a nothing burger when it comes to a ceasefire arrangement for Ukraine, but it wasn't a nothing burger when it comes to Vladimir Putin's objectives more broadly. Vladimir Putin got the red carpet welcome in Alaska, and as you just articulated, Margaret, no new sanctions have been announced on Russia. We heard nothing about additional secondary tariffs, for example, on China, the largest customer of Russian oil. And so Vladimir Putin has successfully continued the stalling game that he's been playing for months, in which President Trump threatens to punish Putin even more strongly than the current architecture, and then Putin moves the goalposts yet again. So that's a big takeaway for me from this summit. Vladimir Putin walks away having met some of his objectives while the fighting continues on in Ukraine, and this war of attrition, which Putin is very willing to continue fighting, is ongoing. We heard nothing about any kind of stall in fighting whatsoever. So I do think Vladimir Putin is walking away from this summit feeling like he scored some major wins.
Well, one of the things Vladimir Putin said in his remarks that were translated was, I hope the Europeans won't torpedo our nascent progress. And he talked about Russia as if it were the victim here, as if it didn't launch that full-scale invasion in 2022, and as if it didn't start the invasion back in 2014. As to your point there, Sam, as you're talking about shaping narrative and Vladimir Putin walking away looking as if he's achieved something, those assertions by him were not challenged by President Trump.
And it brings to mind, of course, the instance in which President Trump did challenge assertions when Volodymyr Zelensky was in the Oval Office. He left him no quarter when he suggested, from hard-won experience, that Vladimir Putin couldn't be trusted, a position that President Trump then later came to, publicly expressing his disappointment with President Putin for having constantly told him or appeared to be moving towards a peace and then increasing the bombing. But there was fact-checking, to use a term from our business, in the meeting with Zelensky. Nothing of that today.
And there was immediate consequence. There was that shutoff for a brief period of time of U.S. intelligence sharing and military aid for Volodymyr Zelensky. We have not heard consequence here. There is, over in the Capitol, a big sanctions bill teed up, ready to go as soon as President Trump says go, that would have the weight of law behind it, but it would hit China, someone President Trump's trying to negotiate with. It would do other things that hurt Russia. There are tools he could use if he wanted to. Let's bring in senior foreign correspondent Deborah Patta. Deborah, how do you think Volodymyr Zelensky is receiving what we just watched and or other European leaders?
Well, interestingly, John, there's been no word from President Zelensky up until now. He's probably waiting for that call from President Trump to hear exactly what it is that they discussed. And he said, interestingly, in his remarks, that he was going to take this to the European leaders and to Zelensky to see what they thought of it, that ultimately it would be up to them to decide. Before this summit began, Zelensky did comment, and very interestingly, he reminded the world of the most important thing as far as Ukraine is concerned, that this war continues, that there were strikes today in Sumy, he said, in Dnipro, in Zaporizhia, and also in Kherson, that the war has not stopped. He reminded everyone that Ukraine is ready to work productively to end the war, but that they are counting on a strong position from America. Everything, Zelensky said before this meeting, will depend on America. The Russians factor in American strength, he said. Make no mistake. They're going to continue coordinating with their partners in Europe and preparing for an upcoming discussion, and that Russia must end the war. That is the constant refrain that you hear from Ukraine, and nothing has really changed there. And I think that President Zelensky will think that this is probably what he expected. They didn't have very high hopes for this. They've been dealing with President Putin for this entire duration, more than 3.5 years of war and prior to that. And this is something that they weren't even considering would be factored in today, that there would be a ceasefire announced.
Thousands of people a week from
Deborah Patta, thank you. Margaret, you are in constant touch with the Ukrainians. What's your sense of how the ambassador in Washington feels about this, or others, how they would have read this?
I've been reaching out to many of them, and so far they have not yet heard from the president. He said he was going to call some European leaders as well as Volodymyr Zelensky. They don't yet know. We may hear in the next few hours their take. Perhaps there was something in the room that was not shared with us. But we know President Trump has put together, remember that minerals agreement? That part, a lot of that rich territory is in the east. So this interest in carving it up, or this interest as to why the Treasury Secretary was in the room, we don't know a lot of that detail just yet.
And to remind viewers, we don't know any detail about anything. There is nothing but pleasantries and polite remarks between the two leaders, but there was absolutely no detail about any of the key questions for which the two men came to Alaska and brought all of their senior advisors. Let's turn now to Nancy Cordes, Chief White House correspondent. Nancy, one thing that struck me, and I wonder if it did you too, is Vladimir Putin said that he agreed with Donald Trump, who said that if he were in office, there would be no war in Ukraine. An extraordinary statement, but also one that undoubtedly was well received by the president.
Absolutely. I mean, how many times have we heard President Trump say over the past 6 months, if I were president, this war never would have started? He says it every single time he talks to the White House press corps. And so to hear it echoed by Putin himself today would likely be the kind of thing that the Russians know might be music to President Trump's ears. And it's exactly the kind of thing that the Ukrainians were concerned about. They were worried that President Trump, over the past couple of months, has been moving more and more to their position. He's gotten tougher on Putin. He's grown frustrated with the fact that he has wanted to come to the table to discuss a ceasefire. The Ukrainians are all in for a ceasefire, and Russia has been balking. And so they said point blank over the past couple of days, we think he's going to go and flatter Donald Trump. He's going to try to bring Trump back to his side. And we just hope that President Trump doesn't fall for it. Now, it remains to be seen whether there were any concrete agreements that were made here that might indicate that a ceasefire is closer than it was before. We simply don't know. But certainly Putin's strategy here, while he was speaking, was to say the things that President Trump himself likes to hear.
And Nancy, rein me in here if this goes too far, but we usually hear President Trump in evaluating events that have taken place, even ones that we've witnessed at the same time with him, in extraordinary terms of success and greatness. And in this, by that measurement, this seemed to be, would you say, muted with respect to the way President Trump characterized the meeting that he'd just taken part in?
Muted, vague, and perplexing. He said that they had made progress in a number of important areas, one area in particular that's very important, but he didn't give any more insight into what that area would be. And certainly, if he felt that they were very close to a ceasefire, he would just come out and say that. Now, he did say that he wants to talk to his European counterparts, which is something that he promised to do right after this summit, because they were very emphatic that they didn't want him negotiating on Ukraine's behalf. They wanted that to wait until Ukraine could be part of a second summit. And so the fact that he said he wanted to fill in his European counterparts before talking to the press, perhaps that is a good sign that he is respecting their wishes. But again, we simply don't know, John. And you're right. President Trump is not the type of person to shy away from crowing about a big success or even a big perceived success if he thinks he has buttoned one up.
Margaret, we will learn, of course, in the hours, minutes, days about what's really going on, where things really are. But as both men leave Anchorage, or when they do, Vladimir Putin leaves with something that he's been given from the minute he landed until now that no other nation could give him: the prestige of standing as an equal with the President of the United States.
Standing as an equal, getting a far more effusive and warm welcome than we have seen President Trump give to any world leader in the second administration. Now, is that strategic? Does that soften him up for the deal that we don't yet know about? Does this give him the respect that he so desires? One of the things that I thought was interesting is, in order to prep himself ahead of this meeting on the plane ride here, President Trump turned to one of Vladimir Putin's closest friends, to the degree he has them, and that is another dictator from Belarus, the place where Russian troops stage before they invade Ukraine, praising him as a great leader, someone who is a massive human rights abuser and under U.S. sanctions. So he was thanking the person who had helped as a back channel set up this meeting, praising him. What kind of preparation went in for him in that room today for the foreign policy experts out there, they did breathe a sigh of relief to see that the Secretary of State, who has been more sort of strong in his language in support of Ukraine, was there by his side. He is the one who's been coordinating with the Europeans. There was the strategy of bringing in these military advisors, including the Supreme Allied Commander. And I have said that a few times now, but that is a powerful statement because NATO sees Russia as the prime threat for all of Europe right now. And so you have people who are very clear as to what Vladimir Putin has done there with the president, but he was not clear in his remarks in the way that they would have been. And so we will continue reporting on this, as you can imagine, in the coming days.
Former Russian ambassador to Russia, Sullivan, your final thoughts on this?
Well, if this is all there is, if there's nothing else that has either been agreed to or further meetings, Putin not only got the benefit of the red carpet treatment, but he's tapped the President Trump along again, to use President Trump's expression. How is President Trump now going to, without a ceasefire, he was threatening to impose massive sanctions. After this press conference, how can the president go back to that? It's very difficult to see that happening. I think this is just part of a delay strategy by Putin to keep the war going.
All right, Ambassador Sullivan, thank you so much. That President Trump and Russian President Putin gave a short press conference and took no questions, so it wasn't really a press conference at all. They met for about 3 hours earlier today, just moments ago. Both President Trump and Putin called today's summit productive, but we did not hear anything concrete that came out of the talks. President Trump said he will call Ukrainian President Zelensky to report on the meeting. Our coverage continues on CBS News 24/7. And for those of you in the West, there will be more on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm John Dickerson with Margaret Brennan in Anchorage, Alaska.
Hi, everyone. I am Nancy Chin, and you have been watching a CBS News Special Report. We just watched the conclusion of a very quick press conference. Press conference, we should say, is a big term for no questions were actually answered from those reporters. But we heard there from President Trump as well as President Putin. It should be noted that President Putin spoke at length and was the first to speak, a rather unusual move for a visiting foreign leader to speak before the hosting U.S. president. But there they were. They spoke about 12 minutes, ignored questions, but did say that many points were agreed to. However, as my colleagues have noted, we did not hear any specifics about the results of that meeting, and no ceasefire was agreed to, as much as we understand. Though, however, we're hearing that Putin is saying the next time they meet, it'll be in Moscow, with President Trump saying, I'll get a little heat on that one, but could see it possibly happening. We will have much more coverage of this to come here on CBS, but that is the latest. Presidents Trump and Putin talking there about this summit that many had said was very high stakes, and of course it lasting much shorter than expected. Now let's go to CBS Evening News.
Peace on the agenda as Presidents Trump and Putin meet face-to-face in Alaska.
We really made some great progress.
But in Ukraine, the path to peace is nowhere in sight as the fighting rages on.
From CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News.
Good evening, I'm Maurice Dubois. President Trump has just wrapped up a joint appearance, as you saw, with Russian President Vladimir Putin. They met behind closed doors for nearly 3 hours today at a hastily arranged summit at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska, with the goal of ending Putin's long and brutal war with Ukraine. John Dickerson is in Anchorage to lead our coverage. And John, they took no questions, did not share any details, and as we said, the war rages on.
As you say, Maurice, good evening. The two leaders say they had a productive meeting and made progress in their talks. President Putin said they reached an understanding. President Trump was quick to say there's no deal until there's a deal, and said he would have discussions with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and America's NATO allies. They took no questions from the press. The summit began with a warm handshake. Mr. Trump and Putin clasped hands and smiled like old chums on the red carpet. There was a military flyover, which included several F-35s and a B-2 stealth bomber that was flown in from an Air Force base in Missouri. President Trump was joined at the talk by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Putin was joined by two of his top foreign policy advisors. We are now joined by Nancy Cordes at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, the site of the summit.
John, before these talks even got underway, President Trump said there were two possible outcomes. One, that the meetings would go well and that he would appear at the podiums behind me with Vladimir Putin to do a joint news conference. Two, the meetings would go badly and he would do a press conference by himself and head home to Washington, D.C. In the end, neither of those came to pass. Instead, after just a few hours, President Trump and Vladimir Putin emerged from their meetings, took the stage behind me, spoke for a combined 12 minutes, made vague comments about the fact that they could work together well and that progress had been made, and then they left without taking questions. Take a listen to what they both had to say about how things went today.
I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
And so it is unclear why these meetings wrapped up early after these two leaders traveled all this way to Alaska. It is unclear how close, if at all, they got to a ceasefire, something that Putin has been resisting for years. And it is unclear where the two leaders go from here. Is there going to be another summit that includes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky? These are questions that we are asking the White House. We haven't gotten any information yet, John.
What is clear is that it is unclear. Nancy Cordes traveling with the president. Thank you so much, Nancy. We're joined now by Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan. Margaret, what did you make of that?
Well, you know, John, I was just looking at what the president said in an interview right before he began the talks, and he said, "I won't be happy unless I walk away with a ceasefire." I don't think he walked away with a ceasefire, none that he told the world about, certainly none that Vladimir Putin acknowledged. In fact, Vladimir Putin talked about renewing a business-like relationship, said, you know, they have a trustworthy relationship now. This seemed more about patching up frayed diplomatic ties between the two countries that, just to remind everyone, had been frayed because Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which led the Biden administration to pile sanctions on Russia and really try to isolate it and punish them. President Trump has the opportunity to put more on him. That's what brought Putin to this negotiating table. We also didn't hear that he will face consequences for failing to agree. Do we get that in the coming hours? We're waiting.
Right. Other thing we were looking for was whether there would be, as the president promised beforehand, another quick follow-on meeting that would include Volodymyr Zelensky. No talk of that.
No, and there were plans in place, already talk of locations. You know, U.S. officials were chatting to me about that. Where would they go, and would it be here or would it be in Europe? We don't know yet if it's worth it. Certainly, there was no mention of any of the things that had been articulated on those multiple conference calls with European leaders by the vice president in the last few days. Things like security guarantees for Ukraine. If they don't enter NATO, well, who in Europe? And does the U.S. participate in saying, well, we'll defend you, at least for the remaining part of your country that Russia hasn't already eaten up? We've been showing that map with the 20% of territory that Russian forces currently hold. There are small patches there Ukraine is still in. But U.S. intelligence assesses this war is turning in Russia's favor. And that is why the idea of buying time matters.
Margaret Brennan, a lot to discuss on Face the Nation this Sunday. And Maurice, back to you in New York.
Okay, John, we know as little now as we did before this summit started. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you in Alaska in the broadcast a little bit later. Now more of the top stories from around the world in tonight's Evening News Roundup. Air Canada has begun canceling flights, and it could completely shut down, with flight attendants expected to strike this weekend for higher pay. A walkout could impact tens of thousands of passengers here in the United States. The NCAA blew the whistle on the Michigan Wolverines, imposing fines that could top $20 million. And the head coach, Sharon Moore, was suspended for 3 games. All of this after a staffer was accused of illegally recording signals from opponents back in 2023. And the mayor of New Orleans was indicted today on federal fraud, conspiracy, and obstruction charges. Democrat LaToya Cantrell, the city's first female mayor, is accused of trying to hide a romantic relationship with her bodyguard, who was a city police officer. Washington, D.C. filed a lawsuit today challenging the Trump administration's takeover of its police department. This came after Attorney General Pam Bondi moved to expand federal control of D.C.'s law enforcement. Scott McFarland has been covering this escalating battle.
Washington, D.C. has won back some control of its police department, but just some, as Mayor Muriel Bowser acknowledged late today.
I am encouraged by the judge's remarks and the federal government making the changes that were suggested.
One day after the Trump administration attempted to box out D.C.'s police chief and temporarily replace her with Trump political appointee Terry Cole, the head of the DEA, the D.C. government sued, a judge intervened, and the administration agreed to pull back. D.C. council member Charles Allen says people he represents feel safer with the local police in charge, not the administration or the hundreds of federal agents now manning posts on D.C. streets.
It's dangerous because they're not trained here, they're not accountable here. Our local police department, they are trained locally. They know how to do community policing. We have accountability for that. That's who we trust.
The dispute over who's in charge of the 3,000-plus officer police force has risked inflaming an already heated situation. Some protesters have confronted or jeered federal agents. President Trump says D.C. crime data, which shows recent drops in robberies and homicides, is inaccurate, and that criminals are menacing the nation's capital.
We're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
In D.C.'s Congress Heights neighborhood, which has a history of spikes in crime, the deployed National Guard troops and federal agents are nowhere to be found, according to Monica Ray.
You haven't seen federal agents or National Guard on your street?
We haven't.
Why not?
It's about power. It's not about crime. It's not about equity. It's about control.
Ray said people here are getting frustrated.
Federalization is occupation, and occupation anywhere is oppression, especially in the nation's capital.
The arrest totals here this week are generally similar from those from the days before this police takeover. When questioned by a judge late today, the Trump administration lawyer acknowledged this one-of-a-kind police takeover must end within 30 days, unless Congress approves an extension.
Okay, Scott McFarland there in Washington. Thank you. Still ahead on the CBS Evening News, Lonnie Quinn tracking the first hurricane of the season. It is Hurricane Erin. For the first time ever, there's a do-it-yourself flu vaccine that you can take at home. And we'll also have this.
I'm Steve Hartman. This veteran made a promise long ago and lived to 100 to keep it. That story when we go on the road to Arlington, Virginia, coming up on the CBS Evening News.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS.
We're just a little more than a month away from the start of flu season. And while many people will soon be heading to the doctor or the drugstore to get a flu shot, there's now for the first time a convenient new option to get inoculated at home. We get details from Elaine Quijano.
Maddie Allen doesn't take the flu lightly. When she was 12, it almost killed her.
My parents were told that it was more than likely I was going to pass than live throughout the night.
What started as the flu quickly turned into double pneumonia and shut down her lungs and kidneys.
That year, I did not get a flu vaccine. I got very busy with sports and then other illnesses, and it just got put on the back burner.
Now, for the first time, busy people can give themselves a flu vaccine at home. AstraZeneca's nasal spray flu vaccine, FluMist, can be ordered online for healthy people aged 2 to 49. Tanya Villafana with AstraZeneca says it's the same approved vaccine given in doctors' offices for over 20 years.
What is the hope with this at-home vaccine?
Really, the hope is that we significantly improve vaccination rates and we protect more people.
Flu vaccines are recommended for almost everyone, 6 months and older. But according to the CDC, fewer than half of adults received a flu vaccination. Safety concerns, belief that the flu isn't dangerous, and lack of convenience contribute to low vaccination rates. Dr. Roy Gulick is chief of infectious disease at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell.
You don't want to get the flu vaccine too early because immunity will decrease over time from the vaccine. So it's recommended September and October are the 2 months that people should get the flu vaccine.
Maddie Allen is now 27, but still struggles with long-term health effects.
Every year now, I make sure that I get a flu vaccine. I think it's very important because it's the best chance we have.
Okay, Elaine, you got our attention. When's it going to be available?
So for people with insurance, the vaccine is actually available now in 34 states, and AstraZeneca hopes to make it available in other states in the future.
What about possible side effects?
So AstraZeneca says that FluMist may cause rare but serious side effects, including allergic reactions. The most common ones, though, that the company says happen are runny or stuffy nose, sore throat, and fever.
Okay. What about if you're 50 or older? This is for people 49 and under.
That's right. 2 to 49. That's right. It's a really good question because if you are 50 or older, doctors still recommend that you do what they've recommended all along, which is get a flu shot, and you can get those from a doctor's office or a pharmacy.
Okay. Thanks for the update. Elaine Quijano, thank you. Well, before flu season comes the Atlantic hurricane season, which is ramping up now with Erin, forecast to become the first major hurricane of the year. Lonnie Quinn here now with the details on Erin's projected strength and all-important path. Lonnie.
All right, let's get right into it. Right now, you've got a Category 1 hurricane, but with nothing but warm water ahead of it, this is going to get stronger. By the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, you're looking at a Category 2. Get to Sunday morning, we have a Cat 3. Sunday is where it really takes off. Cat 3 Sunday morning, Cat 4 Sunday afternoon, holding on to that Cat 4 status all the way until Wednesday afternoon. All right, bigger storm in the ocean, what does that do? It creates bigger waves. What does that mean for our shoreline? Well, look, if you're right around the center of the storm, there's potentially 50, 70-foot swells. 50 to 70-foot swells, come on. Now, it gets a little smaller as you push away, but 20 to 30-foot swells away from the center. But look at this area shaded in light green, which does nip at the outer banks of North Carolina. That's the potential for 12 to 16-foot waves. I mean, that's huge. The bulk of the eastern seaboard has the chance for 8 to 12 footers out there. So rip currents next week, it's a definite. Coastal flooding, you betcha. Coastal erosion, those big waves crashing on shore, dragging the sand, pulling it back out, that's a concern. So while the storm is staying offshore, there's not a single island right now in the cone of concern. It's still a big effect on our coastline. And for Bermuda, this keeps inching a little closer and closer to Bermuda, so we'll keep a close eye on that area. But that's the very latest, Maurice. It's all yours.
Okay, Lonnie, thanks for all of that. Steve Hartman on the road is next with the story of a 100-year-old war hero and a promise kept. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
And 1, 2, 3.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly. Look at his outfit. Amazing. Give me some love, baby.
We got a toy. Look at this. Oh, no!
Clearly fun. Hi, Otis. Hi.
Smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech,
and more. Clearly uplifting. I'm getting goosebumps right now.
Oh, my heart is soaring.
Oh, I got one.
Ooh, okay, what do you got? I can't wait. Ooh.
The light bulb went off right here. I saw it go.
Okay, watch this. CBS Mornings is clearly brighter.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. It's a bright way to start your day. Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
This is CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way, when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy.
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun.
Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now?
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It has been more than 80 years since retired Colonel Arnold Gabriel took an enlistment oath to defend this country during World War II. And to this day, he remains a man of his word. Here's Steve Hartman on the road.
At 100 years old, just tying your own laces is an accomplishment. But a few weeks ago, Arnold Gabriel of Arlington, Virginia, got suited up for something much more impressive. This retired Air Force colonel was once conductor of the U.S. Air Force Band. Under his leadership, the band became internationally renowned. One of his biggest fans, this guy, Bruce Moss, conductor of the Wheaton Municipal Band in Wheaton, Illinois. Bruce even invited Colonel Gabriel to be a guest conductor once.
He did not know me. He did not know the band. But he fell in love with the band over time and kept coming back.
And on one of those subsequent visits, Bruce said to Colonel Gabriel, who was in his 70s at the time, "You look so good, I bet you'll still be conducting at 100. Gabriel said, "I fully intend to." And when Bruce heard that, he saw an opportunity too good to pass up.
So I went home, wrote a contract, and mailed it to him.
Making him sign that he would come and conduct on his 100th birthday.
Yes. He said, of course, if I don't make it to 100, this contract's null and void, but don't count on it.
His health is declining, and he can't travel anymore. But he was determined to honor his commitment.
Your word is your bond. If you sign a contract, you have to fulfill it. Yeah. No question about it.
And that's why, last month, remotely, he struck up the band one last time.
It felt like I was there on stage with them.
Even at 100, he kept perfect time. But more importantly, he kept his word. Steve Hartman, CBS News, on the road.
And we thank you for your extraordinary service, sir. We'll be right back with an update from the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska.
This portion of the CBS Evening News is sponsored by Ancestry. Discover, preserve, share.
We're NCIS. You guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate.
This is a great team for Wood.
We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things.
Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be.
That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal. Oh, he's in a wheelchair. What do you want? God, stop the car. That's a kid. Kid. Give it to me. Did I pass?
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing
of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying.
We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's check in once again with John in Anchorage for some final thoughts on today's Trump-Putin summit. John, no details, no questions from reporters, no idea what was said. What we do have here was tone and body language and some comments along the lines of, there's been progress. What do you make of what we just saw today?
You're right, Maurice. Pomp and circumstance, but no substance. The lowest bar was that the president said he wanted to hear Vladimir Putin agree to a ceasefire. Even that bar was not achieved. And I have to hasten to add that this is obviously complicated. This war has been going on for more than 3 years. Vladimir Putin has done this dance before. So this is not unexpected, and one shouldn't expect, as we talked about last night, fast, big achievements. However, these summits are called, the stagecraft is arranged to create a sense of moment, to usher in what cannot otherwise be negotiated over the phone or through intermediaries. And by that measure, the moment was not met in terms of progress. Of course, it was a huge victory for Vladimir Putin, a pariah in parts of the world. He came here and stood as an equal and was welcomed by President Trump.
And he also told the president that this war never would have happened had you been president. That was a striking moment in a day of striking moments, John.
It was striking. President Trump has said that repeatedly, and he couldn't have said it better himself. And Vladimir Putin knows that very well because he knows exactly who is standing across from him, whether he's negotiating with Donald Trump or any of the other previous American presidents.
Thanks so much, John. That is the CBS Evening News for tonight. I'm Maurice Dubois in New York.
I'm John Dickerson in Anchorage, Alaska. Have a great weekend. It's a fast-moving story at a fast moment.
CBS Evening News Plus.
To help us understand what's at stake.
Stories that affect you.
Critical pieces of this investigation.
Why were you so opposed to this project?
Plus, more depth.
What I want to know is where we're going.
This is going to be a really big week for Wall Street.
Plus, more context.
Why are premiums expected to rise by so much?
We have an absolute cliffhanger.
CBS Evening News Plus. Streaming weeknights on CBS News 24/7 and Paramount Plus.
Welcome into CBS News 24/7 Prime Time. It is 8 p.m. in the East, 5 p.m. in the West. I'm Elizabeth Cook. Thanks so much for watching us on your phone, in your home, or wherever you stream. Well, all eyes on Alaska today as President Trump's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin ends with a short press conference with very few details. Let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman. He joins us live from Anchorage, Alaska. Willie, not the series of events we were expecting. Talk to us about that very short press conference.
Hey there, Liz. If you bear with me, I'm having some difficulties hearing you in my ear here. But this press statement that President Putin of Russia gave to and President Trump gave was really short. It lasted about 12 minutes or so, and both leaders spoke about the good relationship that they had with each other. But there was no mention of a ceasefire in Ukraine. President Putin talked about the need for Ukrainian security and that it was understood and that Moscow would work on that. But there was no mention in terms of that major development that we were expecting here. And the president said that it was a productive meeting. Take a listen to what he said earlier.
It was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting.
Now, remember, the president talked about this earlier in the day. He essentially said that he wanted a ceasefire. He said earlier this week that he could potentially put more sanctions on Russia if it did not move towards peace. That did not happen here, and some are already viewing this as a win for President Putin. But there could perhaps be more developments. We could see a statement from the president after he has those conversations with European leaders, including President Zelensky of Ukraine. One last thing I'll note, Liz, there was a really interesting exchange between President Putin and President Trump. The president said, "We'll see you very soon," and the president of Russia essentially said, "Next time it'll be in Moscow," and President Trump said he'll get a lot of flack for that, essentially. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of that next meeting, because remember, President Trump said if today's meeting was successful, that he would quickly set up another meeting that would include President Zelensky himself and President Putin in the coming days. Liz?
Willie James Inman, live for us in Anchorage. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gosses. Hopefully she can hear me. Hi, Olivia. Trump and Putin spent a lot of time complimenting each other, and their greeting earlier today was very warm. What does this signal for the future of their relationship, do you think?
That really stood out today, didn't it? And especially because President Trump, before the summit even began, said in an interview that he was going to be not happy if he came away from it without a ceasefire in hand, and earlier had threatened severe consequences if the fighting didn't come to an end. But we heard not a whisper of either consequences or unhappiness from the president. You're right, there was pretty effusive flattery on both sides, with President Putin calling the atmosphere constructive and stemming from a place of mutual respect. President Trump referring to the talks as productive and saying they got a lot done, but saying there's no deal until there is a deal. He said he would be calling European and NATO leaders immediately after this meeting. As of right now, we understand from reporting from our Margaret Brennan, that call has not come through to President Zelensky of Ukraine, or at least to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a top U.S. ally. So still waiting for those phone calls to be made. We understand the president is doing another interview in the same room where the bilateral press engagement, if you can call it that, just concluded. So what we see coming away from this is Vladimir Putin has pocketed a lot of things. He's pocketed a warm reception from the U.S. president on U.S. soil, complete with a red carpet and a ride in the presidential limousine. He's managed to continue to delay promised U.S. sanctions that the president said were forthcoming were a ceasefire not to be reached. And he gets to continue to wage his war in Ukraine, which, given this is a grinding war of attrition, is to Russia's strategic benefit, because the more time that Vladimir Putin has on the battlefield, the more his forces are incrementally, albeit at very high costs, advancing, especially in eastern Ukraine. So it is hard to see how this hasn't burnished Vladimir Putin's own standing, which is exactly the outcome that European leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky feared.
And Olivia, I want to get your point of view on this. Putin raised the possibility of a meeting with Trump in Moscow. Take a listen to that.
And Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Trump saying he might get a little heat for visiting Moscow. What would happen? What would have to happen before an American president could visit Russia?
It's a very good question. I think we have to see how this engagement plays, because the overwhelming majority of the American public has an unfavorable view of Vladimir Putin. The president's own party has a majority unfavorable view of Vladimir Putin. The president has said the whole point of this engagement with President Putin was to stop having meetings about meetings about meetings. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had at least 5 engagements with Vladimir Putin in an effort to get to some sort of a ceasefire or, burgeoning peace accord with Ukraine. That had not come to fruition. The president had initially laid out the purpose of this meeting to be one in which he felt out President Putin, in which he sized him up, in which he got to look him in the eye and determine if there was a deal to be made. It was supposed to be conclusive. The president was supposed to be able to tell in a couple of minutes whether that was in fact going to happen. But in what we have heard, and again, the very small amount of details that we got coming out of this engagement, was that there seemed to be more meetings to be had. If there is supposed to be another bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Putin, that goes against what he indicated was supposed to be a primary objective of this meeting, which was to set the table for a trilateral engagement involving Ukrainian President Zelensky.
And Olivia, what can you tell us about the decision to involve the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff in that meeting?
Yeah, there were a number of surprises about the plan for today. In fact, the president was supposed to have just a one-on-one meeting with interpreters with the Russian president. Mid-flight, after he was just about to leave Air Force One and descend in Alaska, it was made clear that Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio were going to join those talks, broadening the conversation, and probably to the relief of some European leaders and possibly the Ukrainians, because there was a great concern that a one-on-one meeting could lead to something like a fait accompli, with the president of the United States and the president of Russia deciding between themselves that they had come to a good enough deal that they could then sort of foist on the Europeans and Ukrainians and accuse them thereafter of standing in the way of a broader peace accord. Again, we are still waiting on details on the nature of the conversation. President Putin did, of course, have praise for President Trump. He name-checked the special envoy, Steve Witkoff. He did not mention the Secretary of State, who is known to be a Russia hawk. So we'll have to hear more about what the dynamics were in the room and a lot more about the substance of the conversation that took place.
Fascinating chain of events that happened today in Alaska. Olivia Gassis, thank you so much. Now, in addition to discussing the war in Ukraine, Russian President Putin suggested yesterday that he and President Trump might discuss a new nuclear deal between the two nations. Of course, we don't have any clarification if that actually happened. CBS News Pentagon reporter Ellie Watson breaks down what nuclear assets the U.S. and Russia have right now and when the current limitations expire.
The U.S. and Russia have the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world. Each country has thousands of nuclear warheads, but they're limited to how many they can deploy, to just 1,550 at a time. That cap is set by the New START Treaty, the last remaining bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Russia on nuclear weapons. Those weapons, in the case of the U.S., can be on top of intercontinental ballistic missiles based here in the United States, deployed on submarines all around the world, or on Air Force bombers like the B-2, which actually did a flyover at the summit in Alaska between President Trump and President Putin. The limit on the number of nuclear warheads that can be deployed by that treaty is still in effect, but there are other provisions of that treaty that are not. For example, the treaty allows for 18 on-site inspection visits between the two countries every year, but those inspections have been suspended first by the COVID pandemic back in 2020 and then by Russia in 2023 because of its war in Ukraine. The treaty itself as a whole is set to completely expire in February of 2026, so just over 5 months from now. President Trump over the summer has talked about how he would like to see that treaty extended because not having restrictions on nuclear weapons is dangerous, but usually extending a treaty of this magnitude would be preceded by extensive talks. And between the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, that hasn't really happened. And now both sides have to consider another factor, which is the rapid nuclear breakout by China. China, according to the Pentagon, is on pace to projected to have at least 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. Back to you.
Ellie, thank you so much. All right, I want to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, you were in that room where that very brief press conference was held. I want to get your reaction to what happened there.
Well,
and
first,
I want to note,
Liz,
Nancy,
I don't know that we can call it a press conference.
Before you get going, Nancy, I just want to note the president is now getting on Air Force One. He's waving to the crowds there at the tarmac in Anchorage, Alaska, and he is presumably headed back to the White House after what was, as you were just about ready to mention, it was a very short summit and a very short press conference. Again, I want to repeat what I asked you. What were your reactions?
Well, my reaction was that because the president did not take any questions, because Vladimir Putin did not take any questions, technically, I don't know that we can refer to this as a press conference. That was what was supposed to take place, but instead the two leaders came in. They spoke to reporters for about 12 minutes total. They both made vague references to progress that had been made. Putin talked about some kind of an agreement. President Trump did not use that phrasing, and then they left without taking questions. It was a big surprise because President Trump had repeatedly previewed the fact that he was either going to have a big press conference with Putin if things went well, or a solo press conference if things went badly. And so that has sort of left everyone to try to read between the lines and figure out if any real progress was made, and why, if the two leaders had come all this way, the meetings were cut short. And as you just pointed out, Liz, both men are now headed back to their respective capitals.
Yeah, and you see there live, Nancy, on our screens, President Vladimir Putin, Russian President Vladimir Putin, is departing right now. That is his plane on the taxiway there, about ready to take off any second now. And Putin said today, Nancy, that Russia is sincerely interested in putting an end to the Ukrainian conflict. We've heard President Trump say before he thinks Putin might be tapping him along. So what do you make of Putin's message there? Is it enough to reassure Trump that he's serious about actually ending this war? Because that wasn't clear today.
It's a message that he has uttered in public many times before. And that's what President Trump means when he says Putin is tapping him along. That Putin will say the right things. He will say that he wants peace. He will say that he is ready to end this 3.5-year conflict. But then when push comes to shove, and when Putin is asked to drop his long list of demands that he has laid out in exchange for a ceasefire or an end to the war, Putin is generally not willing to give those up. And so the question is, behind closed doors, did he give any of those things up? President Trump said he is going to call his European counterparts. He's going to call Vladimir Zelensky and let them know what they discussed and what progress was made. And we're asking those questions to the White House as well, to officials. Where exactly did these meetings go? Did the two men find any common ground? Why weren't they willing to share that common ground if they reached it? And again, Vladimir Putin traveled 9 hours to get here. Donald Trump traveled 7 hours to get here. They were supposed to have 2 back-to-back meetings. They only had one. Then they spoke to the press and got out of here in a hurry. What does it all mean?
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that kind of stood out to me, Nancy, was the fanfare that greeted President Putin when he arrived in Alaska, and the pleasantries that seemingly were exchanged there on the tarmac when both leaders arrived. Then they got into the president's, they called the Beast, his limo, his presidential car there, and took them to the area where they were going to have this summit. And then during that press conference, they spent much of the time exchanging compliments to one another. What do you make of those exchanges?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the day, President Trump was almost giddy. We saw him raise his arms over his head in applause as he waited for Putin to meet him on the red carpet on the tarmac. They exchanged pleasantries like the old friends that they are. And then, as you pointed out, President Trump issued this sort of rare sign of respect by inviting Putin into his motorcade for the ride to their meeting locale a few minutes away. And so it started out really well. And again, perhaps it ended well too. Perhaps there was some concrete progress made. But President Trump, if there's one thing we know about him, is that he's not shy about touting his achievements when he perceives that he has made serious progress or when he perceives that there's something to tell the world about. So the fact that he was so vague and circumspect really does leave us with a lot of questions about whether this was just happy talk at the end, meant to paper over some very difficult conversations, or whether he wants to tell European leaders and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine what he discussed first before he tells the world.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much for your reporting all day long from Anchorage, Alaska, and for your insight in our show today. Good luck, safe travels. All right, we will have continuing team coverage for you on the historic summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. A lot more ahead at this hour. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News 24/7 Prime Time.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger.
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Fall.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting for a historic summit in Alaska today. Both gentlemen have just left the tarmac there, and they spoke briefly after the summit in a very brief press conference, but didn't take any questions and let a lot of unanswered questions to that. So let's go to CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro. Aaron, you watched this from Washington, D.C. What were your key takeaways?
Yeah, Liz, the fact that these two leaders spoke for over 2.5, almost 3 hours, and we got very little from that press conference signals to me that if there was any progress or, anything guaranteed, that they are keeping that to themselves, close to the chest. Perhaps President Trump wanted to call President Zelensky first before relaying it to the public, though President Trump, usually when he gets wins, is excited to reveal that. We may see more from President Trump in the next hour when he does that interview with Fox News, expected to air around 9 p.m. Eastern. I also thought it was notable how much Russian President Putin talked about rebuilding the economic relationship between Russia and the U.S. and many of the peace deals President Trump has brokered so far in the second term, thinking of India and Pakistan. He has leveraged, in a sense, his reciprocal tariffs, associating the economic ties with the U.S. with his diplomacy. I thought it was notable that President Putin talked a little bit about that, as well as bringing business leaders from Russia. And at one point in his remarks, President Trump did say that Russia wants to be involved in U.S. trade, and then touted the U.S. economy currently. And last quick thing, the fact that there may be a second meeting. At one point, President Putin suggested Moscow. President Trump didn't say no to that, just said he thought it was interesting and that he, quote, might get a little heat from accepting that.
And Aaron, live on your screen there, we just saw Air Force One depart that airport in Anchorage, Alaska, bound for Washington, D.C. Earlier, just a few moments ago, we saw President Putin depart, bound for Russia as well. I'm curious, though, back in D.C., Aaron, are you getting any reaction from lawmakers about this summit yet?
Yeah, we have one from the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Gregory Meeks, acknowledging that there still needs to be more learned from the substance of today's meeting. But he said that he implores his Republican colleagues in Congress to recapture the bipartisanship when it comes to supporting Ukraine, and said that the Trump administration, quote, must now move forward in close coordination with our European allies and Ukraine. Now, we are out to White House officials as well for any more details about what happened during that 3-hour meeting. But you're seeing a couple posts from them pushing back on some reports that it was not a good meeting. Stephen Chung, the communications director at the White House, in response to a Fox News report saying that, quote, the way that it felt in the room was not good, Stephen Chung responded saying, quote, total fake news. You saw some White House officials as well clipping that bit about how there could be a second meeting in Moscow. So again, lots of questions left unanswered from what happened today in Alaska that we are working to get more details on.
All right, Aaron Navarro, live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Aaron. Other news that we're following around the country right now, a bill in Texas now allows the 10 Commandments to be displayed in classrooms. We'll have more on one group's effort to push back against the legislation. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBS News 24/7 Prime Time.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world